Good morning. Happy Friday. Good morning,
Yay,
Jay.
it's Friday. Good morning.
I am dropping the ball this week. I did not realize that I set the time a little bit earlier, so I'm extremely late. And I apologize. But Jay was here waiting, ready on time. It was
Hey,
me.
I was keeping the chat uh
Entertained.
talking,
Yeah.
entertained, yeah. Well, how's your Friday going so far? I'm on cup number 2 of
You
coffee.
you know what? I'm about to get cup number two. It's going good though. It's really nice weather. I think I'm gonna head down the shore. So it's
For
yeah.
the weekend or
Yeah, yeah.
nice. Nice, nice. It's been raining all week here. Oh,
Oh, has it?
Petty. We made a baby.
Happy I've been here so long.
Thank you, Petty. What are we going to name her?
I think Florida always rains, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're getting
Yeah,
into the rainy
sucks.
season.
That sucks.
But yeah, it rains every day. Hey, Prepper. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in forever.
Good
Um,
morning to
Little
talk to
sidebar,
me.
but did you follow Trump yesterday?
Wait, what did you cut out a little bit?
Did you follow the Elon versus Trump yesterday
Yeah,
on X?
yeah. I can't believe,
Ah,
you know what? I just have to say this though, because I don't like, I don't really like talking politics. But the fact that Musk thought he was dropping a bomb with Trump's name being on the list, like, did you really think the rest of us didn't realize he was on the list?
yeah, it's
Like,
pretty. It's like two man babies, in my opinion. But
it's two rich bitches having a cat fight. That's all it
yeah,
is.
and it's kind of fucking.
You're
I don't
awake. Shut up. I see you every morning, so I know you're awake. But I did not know it was
catfish.
7 a.m. for you. I do apologize on that aspect, but I know you're awake because I see you in here in the mornings. So I wanted to share a cup of coffee with you. Um, yeah, that's like Trump, like Musk getting a black eye. Apparently, he got in a fight inside the White House, which is so cute. Great
Well, and it's
representation.
kind of like if he knew he was on the list, you were fine with it before
Well, and
until
that
he
was my
didn't
thing
agree with the
too.
bill.
Right. So it's like,
Yeah.
oh, you want to tell us all how he's on the list? Well, that didn't bother you. So,
Mhm.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And it's just wild to see our president like partaking in that kind of shit. It's weird to me.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
like,
he
is this
always
real
did.
life?
At like 5 a.m., he's waking up to write a tweet about the host of ABC and stuff. And it's like, what is really get like this is yeah, I
What is
mean,
really going on? Yeah.
yeah. I
It's
I yeah,
you could go into a rabbit hole with this one.
you really could. I don't think Elon's on the list. I don't think he is.
I don't think he is either.
Uh-uh.
He's
But
just got like 400 kids,
right, he's too busy popping them out left and right.
right? Isn't it
Uh,
wild though that he had that black eye
yeah, well,
in
he
the
got in
White
a fight
House?
in the White House. He got in a fight.
He said it was from his kid.
Oh, well, I believe it after seeing his kid on camera telling it. Jay, you're gonna walk me right into trouble. Just
What?
don't do
Why?
it.
Why? It's
Because
I don't really
you know why? Because I don't do politics because I know a lot of my supporters, I know their political views, and quite frankly, I strongly disagree with them. So I normally still steer
Oh, I
clear
got you.
because I
Well,
will
I mean,
say
I
some
don't really
shit.
wanna talk about, like, views. I'm just saying the whole interaction, no matter what side it was on, it's fucking wild, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really saying whether I agree or disagree. I just think it's wild to see, like,
I
our
mean, first
leader.
off, explain to us how your son gave you a black eye. The same little boy we saw putting boogers on the Oval Office, the same little boy who told the president to shut up, he's not the president. Is that the one that gave you a black eye? No, he got in a fight with another rich man, and they had their little female, like, I'm waving my hands, full, open hand, back and forth with each other inside the White
You're
House. That's
probably
it.
right. And then Trump says, "We asked him if he wanted a little makeup, and he said no," which was kinda surprising.
Yeah, and then Trump's like, "What?" Which was, but he wants to embrace himself or whatever he said. Like, he at first he was going to insult him for not wanting to make up. Then he's like, "But he wants to be who he is," which is great. Which is great. Yeah, okay,
It's
great.
just a fucking joke.
It
I
is a
didn't
joke.
mean to make it serious or political.
Dude, politics are so serious to me
I
that
just
is unhealthy.
I mean, it can be, but I don't know. I've just never seen anything like this, so that's why I'm just, like,
Right,
shell
because our
shocked a little bit.
our White House has become like I mean, the way they went on Zelensky for not wearing proper attire into the White House, but meanwhile Elon Musk is wearing band shirts with a hat, and nobody says a word to him. I just the whole thing's gotten so ugly. I don't like it.
It's fucking weird. It really
Yeah,
is.
I just
It's
want our
beyond.
country to do great things and do, you know, do what it needs to do and not send out
Windmill
tweets.
hands. I could picture it too.
That's how I see it. I mean,
Good morning, everybody coming in.
probably whacking each other around with like $1 billion, like a stack of $1 billion, like boom, boom. I got more money instead of like my dick's bigger. It's like I got more money.
Oh,
No,
of course. You know it's a whole
yeah, but I do think the Elon Trump shit is crazy, and I do think they're like fighting like two little ex-girlfriends right now. Not two
The
little
memes
ex-girlfriends.
the memes on X are hilarious. There's like
Thank you,
memes of them
Sophia.
like with a broken heart. Like someone made a meme of the New York Times
Yeah.
and made it look like it was the cover. And it was like a broken heart with Trump on one side and Elon on the other. And I'm just like, wow.
Well, that's exactly
I
what
feel
they're
like we're
being like.
kind of
But
being punked, to be honest with you.
see, I don't. I believe this fight is 100% real. Elon did this last time when he disagreed with what Trump was doing. He immediately used, the whole "I got you here" and "I have more power on social media than you" and blah blah blah. He did all that before. The fact of the matter is, like Trump said, he saw this bill. He knew what this bill was, and it's not because it's impacting millions of others. It's because it will impact him. These
I guess
people
I
at the
don't
end of the day don't
understand why
care.
Elon is even or was rather a special employee of the government. That's weird to
Because
me.
he's the richest man, and
He's
that's
the
it. And he bought
yeah.
his way there. He bought Trump's way there, and together they were going to, take over the world.
Yeah, they'll probably make up and kiss and make up today or something.
Oh yeah, they'll figure out some corrupt deal to do to shake each other's hand. It's just like every movie you ever saw where a big heist goes on and they all go in to rob the bank, but the one guy doesn't get his full cut, so he tries to take down the whole team and all things go
Yeah.
to hell. That's
Yeah.
what we're witnessing right here. And I'm sorry if any of you disagree with me. I still adore you. Don't hold my politics against
Do
me,
you
and
think
don't hold
Elon
yours
will
against
get
you.
his way?
Yeah, I absolutely
You do.
do.
In the end, you'll think he'll get his way.
Because Trump
Money.
knows Elon knows a lot, and he needs Elon's influence and Elon's money.
True. I mean, you can't forget the whole space thing too.
Right, space. Yeah, fuck
He's
it.
threatening to pull out of that and all that. I just think that I've said it before and I'll
And
say it again. I think Elon has way too much power. And I think it's dangerous when you give one man that much money and power.
well, and you know what, Jay? He said that if I signed up for his little electoral bullshit, he would give me $47. And the richest man in the world scammed me for $47. I didn't get my money.
Well, you can never count on that.
No, I know, assholes.
But
But
anyways, I thought that was
yeah.
kind of crazy
It
last
is. It's
night.
crazy. The whole like, oh, time for the bomb. Like, first off, you guys have broken up for a whole 5 minutes. We don't need to know every dirty detail, right? You know what I mean? Like, hold on to it a little bit. But when that was the bomb, I'm like, what fucking bomb did you just submit? Because we all saw the photos. We all
I
know
mean,
that
we've
every
all seen
motherfucker was on that list.
exactly right.
You're telling us nothing. But the fact is, Trump gave him a key to the White House. Trump sat there and allowed his boy to disrespect the White House. Elon
A
feels
week ago.
entitled.
Yep.
Right. He feels entitled. So, that's what happens when a spoiled rich bitch can buy his way into anything. I don't like Musk. His cars are ugly as shit. He stole the idea from a trash truck from another country.
I
just
was
don't
gonna
like him.
ask you guys, do you guys ever see those cyber trucks driving around
Yeah,
in
I
your
see them all
area?
the time now because they
Yeah,
gave them the money to fucking buy
I
them.
see them a lot too. I just wondered if it was, because right here we have like a Tesla. I don't know how many dealerships there are now, but I've been seeing a lot of them, and I just didn't know if it was everywhere.
What they
Like,
did, they gave them a tax cutoff or something, right?
mm-hmm.
Yeah. You couldn't pay me to drive in one of those
Dude, that
things. Those
cyber
things are
truck is
ugly, too.
so ugly. I
It's
laugh
so
every
ugly.
time I see it.
It's ugly, it's dangerous, it's ew, they're so ugly. I don't like them at all. This is so people don't realize is he stole the idea from an Indian trash truck. This is the Indian
Hey,
India
potato.
trash truck, and this is the cyber truck.
Oh, you're kidding.
And not only that, but he didn't create the
Container
idea.
truck. So he
He
just put
just
windows.
right. And he just has money to pay to people to create the ideas. Like,
I
you
don't know.
know,
The thing looks so dumb to me. I don't know. How
it
much
looks
are
like
those things?
I don't know, but it looks like a heat box.
It looks like something that would drive on the moon, like a rover on the moon or something. It doesn't look like something that should be on the road. Like it's just looks like sheet metal just pieced together.
From 80,000 to 100,000.
Jesus Christ.
And the steering wheel's like a weird box, and there's not even a trunk. The trunk's like
Can you show
literally
me
the
the
size of a
inside? I've never
lunchbox.
seen the inside of one.
Oh yeah, I've been in one. Hold on.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, it's like weird.
I mean, they call it a truck. Is there actually like truck room in the back?
No, there's like nothing. So this is the wheel. See how it's weird? Like the shape of it?
Yeah, yeah. It's like a spaceship wheel.
This is the back of it. I mean, it's, you know, semi-roomy and all, but you got to see the trunk.
Yeah, I want to see the back.
Oh, wait, that's not it.
There it is, top right.
Top right. Hold on.
Picture. See it?
This? Oh,
Top
here
right.
it is. Look how tiny that is.
You're kidding.
Like, what are you putting in there?
I mean, it's not really a truck. No.
Yeah,
Ugly.
I wouldn't even want one.
Overrated.
Overrated.
Overrated. But anyways.
Yeah, true, Chloe, you're right. I mean, it's really not that much, but hell, at this point, they can't give them away. So, what other company has ever said?
I would never pay that much for a vehicle. Fuck that.
Right. And what other truck company or car company has ever been able to say, if you buy one of our vehicles, you can get a $5,000 write-off?
Right.
So, well, if my viewers hate me now, Jay, thank you very much for starting my day off the right way.
They do not. No, they don't.
I'm just kidding. But they're not chatting.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Granny's watchers.
Granny's watchers. Can I correct something really quick that is drama? Do you guys mind? Do you mind, Jay, if I just correct one simple thing I heard this morning?
As long as it's one simple thing.
One simple thing.
Okay.
All right. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys don't mind. If I, just one simple thing. If I just derail off track just a little bit. We get today for the prices. Yeah, that's what we could fit in that trunk. You're right, Mimi. My golly, I walked out the store with 2 bags and it was like $223. All right, lots of ones.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's insane. It's sick then. All right, so I heard this clip and I asked Clue where this was from. And she says she believes it was recent time, like over the weekend or something, whatever.
Are the only fucking
oh, wait.
Lose my entire...
Yeah. And was wherever it came from, whether the mod lied or Granny did.
All right, here.
The mod that told her this. Yeah, it's that's what I said. Dad comes all the time.
All right. So they play me
when they were unable to get hold of Brittany.
They play me speaking to you, Jay.
Brittany's father and Avery. Jinx. But no, it's worse than you think. For example, some of Brittany's ex-mods would tell you when they were unable to get hold of Brittany, one of them was friendly enough with, I guess, somehow knew Brittany's father and they reached out to him. Brittany's own father was not allowed in Brittany's house by her children because of the boyfriend. Like, I think they're lock-ins, and I'm not kidding.
What you think about that, Chris?
That dude is so fucked up. I can't even make sense of it.
That's the first time I've let Craig hear that, y'all.
No,
she's saying that when I was sick, that me and you are lock-ins, and that my dad is not allowed here, and that our kids they're not allowed to open the door. That's what I said. Dad comes all the time. Like,
he comes to look at her car. So next time Brittany tells y'all that she needs money for the mechanic for her fan, I told y'all before, the man's a mechanic. I'm not a liar. I've never been a liar, and I won't be a liar. All right. So
Terry Jones, welcome to the channel. Thank you for joining.
Well, Blue Petunas, if you didn't hear what I said, then maybe that's why you don't understand it. I am going to correct a lie that was stated about me again. You have not been gone for 2 years. And if you've been gone for 2 years, then you wouldn't know that she sued me and why I'm so fucking angry, but whatever.
He's welcome here.
The car right now because he wants to buy it.
Like, my dad's welcome here.
So now they're about to sell a car. So when BJ tells you all I have is my van, it's broke down, I need new tires, I can't get it's a lie, but anyway.
Anytime he wants to come, we're not.
Around and talk about Jesus in church and Bible.
I mean, these people.
Remember last time?
Yeah, these people are stupid. They don't like. But I've never.
They're talking about the Bible.
Yeah,
about the Bible and stuff.
I cannot. She's and guess what?
It goes back, like I said, they don't even know what car you drive. You don't know shit.
Nope. And guess what?
We know what car she asked for money for over the years. I mean, if you got more than one car, then stop being out here. Whatever.
Yeah.
That's all here.
The freaking mod who claimed, or the mod that told her this, claims that Granny twisted everything and lied. So whatever happened.
So that's what I want to address, right? What do you see here? Oh, wait, it's the first one. They don't allow people in their house, not even family. Whoa, not even family? Why not? Their house is filthy. They were with high school sweetheart, his parent. Okay. I don't know why. I asked that. I found that out during the wellness check when her dad went to check on BJ for me, and the boys wouldn't let him in. On her for me, and the boys wouldn't let him in, according to her daughter, because I was talking to her, trying to get it to figure it out. So her sons wouldn't even let their grandpa in. That's so strange. Nope, not allowed. That's so bizarre to me. So to clarify, I don't know who lied, but it sure wasn't me. Okay, that's all. That's it. Thank you for allowing me this moment to correct that. Messages are on the screen. I did not lie about it. The only thing I had wrong is they weren't talking to Brittany's father. They were talking to her daughter. That's it. So I didn't lie about it. So Brittany, if the mod's telling you, Dax mod's telling you I lied about it, here's the messages. I didn't lie about it. No, thank you for allowing me that moment.
You're very welcome.
So let's get to the real topic.
Yes.
Trump versus Musk. Oh, that's not
Psych.
it either. Sorry.
Psych. Psych.
Psych.
So yeah, I'm going to need you to kind of give some background on this, because I didn't follow JP Miller when the Micah thing happened. I mean, I watched some of it, but I didn't actually follow it. So I don't know all the ins and outs.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of picking up on this when I saw this Chris Skinner.
Yeah. So they're apparently they're reinvestigating that that whole death. And as you had mentioned, there is a video now of his final moments that has been released to the public.
Yeah, I've got like this Fitz News. They have like an entire page that we can go through of all the videos and the documents. I just found this morning.
So here's the backstory. JP Miller, Pastor JP Miller was married to Micah Miller. Micah Miller, unfortunately, allegedly took her life after going through hell with JP, basically. Shortly after Micah, just days after Micah was found deceased, JP was seen out to eat with a woman. Now, at that time, people started saying she's the mistress, and they denied it. But there was something in their past that was going on as well, where JP and that woman were accused of having an affair back then. Now, this gentleman on the screen here was the woman's husband. 2 weeks after he confronted JP and his wife about the affair, he's found deceased by his own unaliven, allegedly, in a pool. And now they are reinvestigating it. They've been looking back into it. And JP and this mistress, quote unquote mistress, are now married.
So here's the pictures of them together.
Right after Micah died.
Yeah, this is from Robbie Harvey.
Morning, Danny.
He says he continues to make her walk behind him. The couple claims they started dating in January of 25, despite all the photos being taken in 2024. So these are it. Here they are 4 days later.
Yep. How can either of them be so cheerful when Micah was just found deceased?
Right. There they are again. And again.
And yet they denied it. They said they were just close friends.
And again.
And again.
And again. Yeah. So back to this.
Can you exit that little 2 posts remaining down the bottom? It's driving me nuts. Thank you. I'm sure something else will pop up. These freaking websites. Is where he was on the ground throwing a fit.
So here's the footage from the pool. Have you seen this?
I have not.
Okay. This is the footage from the pool.
Now, obviously this is true crime. It comes with a trigger warning. True crime is ugly. We don't cover just the pretty cutesy stuff. This is this man's final moments.
So there he is up there in the red box, right?
They're covering his face. And his chair just rolled in.
just rolled in like really fast. Now we don't see the footage before this, but I guess he was like driving around the pool.
Yeah.
And
So
then they said all of a sudden it just went like fast and went in.
and now my understanding, Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was waiting to meet with a friend that day. This
Yeah, he was supposed to meet someone to play chess, but I don't think they've ever said who.
right. And this was a community pool that he would visit often. So it's not like it's a pool he's unfamiliar with, or he would go there often.
Mm-hmm. In the mornings, every morning, I think.
And they don't tell us how long he was sitting there before he unfortunately the wheelchair goes in.
I
But
think they do in here though.
oh, do they? Okay.
I think so.
Hey, Pam J. Good morning, everybody coming in. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Okay, so let's just read this. So, the MBPD, which is Myrtle Beach Police Department, was reopened in December of 2024 and closed again in March of 2025. So they closed it again?
Yeah, but to date, the investigation by the Horry County coroner remains open.
And I think it's opened by the feds as well.
So the local PD just reopened it to add more information to it, basically for the feds to take it over, is my best guess.
That's what I think too.
And then down here it says, instead, Susie spoke at length about Chris's perilous and daily routine, offering her reasoning for calling his death an accident. She floated a few theories, including the possibility that he fell asleep, and acknowledged that suicide couldn't be ruled out. So she wanted them to rule it
Yeah,
that.
do you want to listen to her interview with the police? It's right here.
Yeah, does it say everything that's quoted up there?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, now just a warning. She sounds like freaking Lori Vallow. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Can you full screen us?
Yep.
You know how I am.
Yeah, and if you want me to pause
just to
it,
record a whole conversation.
let me
That way I
know.
can refer back to it
Okay.
if I need to. I have a terrible memory. Do you happen to have ID?
Oh, pause
handy?
real quick.
Okay.
I'm already pausing, guys, but this is February of
This is February
year.
of this year. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So they reopened it in December and then they interviewed her again in February.
Thank you, Mia Moore. I appreciate that. It's Horry
County.
Thank you. I appreciate
I
that.
used to say Horry too. That was where remember that one case Heather Elvis?
No.
Heather Elvis was having an affair with a married guy and him and his wife killed her.
Oh.
That was and I used to say Horry County and I was corrected.
Yeah,
Horry.
see, I try to tell you all, it's not me. It's the way the English language is written. It just doesn't make sense. Why even put the H there? Well,
Right.
Yeah. It's really sad, Petty. Oh, it did. I say Horry, and I got my first driver's license there at the
Of
DMV.
course,
said
Clue
Horry
got
with
her
an
first
H.
driver's license in Horry County.
Yeah, you hoary son of a lady. Oh, Letitia was also caught in Horry County. That's where I grew
Oh,
up.
really? Lots of crimes in Horry County.
Yeah, you're behind a little bit, UA. We already played it. I can see you got some of you are behind because you're dropping ones now. I mean, Oh, we know, girl. We
If you
know.
know,
I
you
even know how
know.
you wrote that. All right, no naughtiness today, you out of control feral women and men. My Gary's a good one.
Okay,
girl.
so mind you, this guy died in 2021, right? And she's being re-interviewed in 2025.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you for meeting us. I know you had probably a long day already. Yes, sir.
And you're the coroner?
I am.
This is my partner, Zach.
So I believe we have the coroner, we have the investigator, and Susie Skinner.
Is this address still good for you?
You know what, Jay? Remind me when this is done. There's an update about the escaped convicts from the.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to.
The guy that made the social media.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the formalities is I'm going to read you Miranda. I don't want you to think you're in any kind of trouble. That's not the case.
Yes, you are.
My goal here today is to
That's
have a
never a good
discussion about
sign.
what happened a couple years ago,
Right.
and then hopefully get you out of here before too long. So I
You
don't plan
read
on
me my
keeping you very long,
Mirandas.
but
I remain
I at
silent.
least want to take care of this form here, okay?
So there's no reason why would my Miranda rights be read?
So that way you understand your rights, know that you're speaking to us freely. Again, you don't have to talk
Am I
to us.
not supposed to speak to you freely?
No,
Like,
it's
what-
totally up to you. It's totally up to you whether you talk to us or not. Like I said, you're not in any kind of trouble.
Okay.
And if I ask you something that you don't want to answer at any point, you could just say, I'm done here. That's fine. I have no problems with that. And that's all going to be advised in here. Okay? So I'll read this. If you have any questions, let me know. We'll have a discussion and hopefully get you out the door here soon. Okay? Are you currently under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
No.
Is English your primary language?
Yes.
What's your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
And do you know enough to ask me a question if you don't understand something?
Yes.
But you've already done that, right? So,
Mhm.
okay. So you have the right to remain silent and refuse to answer any questions. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney and have him present while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided at government expense before any questioning if you wish. If you desire to make a statement or answer questions, you have the right to stop at any
What's
time.
that?
That's kind of what we were just talking about there.
Um,
Do you understand each of those? Okay.
What'd you say?
the fact that they, if one will be afforded to you at government expense if you ask for an attorney. I said, F that.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know, I can't preach this enough now. I hope none of you ever find yourself in a position where you are facing this similar type of interrogation. But the moment they read your Miranda rights, don't ask them any questions. They're not your friends. Like the fact that she's like, am I not supposed to talk to you? I mean,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I would have had a lawyer sitting there with me.
But I'm glad she did talk because she's an idiot.
Right, exactly.
Thank you, Pam J.
Initial each one of those little lines, if you don't mind. Sign there, and then I'll sign the bottom portion.
You know she's
really,
probably
Venus?
shitting her pants.
Oh, yeah. Scum bucket.
Thank you.
Wait till you hear this though. I've listened to part of it. She's wild.
Kind of spoke to you briefly on the phone about it. I know this all seems pretty like old news at this point. This is several years ago that this happened, right?
Is it loud enough, Granny?
Ultimately,
Oh,
the
yeah, it's very loud.
family contacted the coroner's office. They're not very happy with the outcome of the investigation, which is kind of what I was telling you on the phone. They are under the impression intentionally, not accidentally. Okay. So the coroner's office reached out to us and said, is there any way we can get some clarification on some of this investigation? We would like to speak to several people.
This is who's talking. The lady in the middle
Great, no
and the lady over
problem. So-
here.
Yep.
That's where I come in. Myrtle Beach Police said, okay, great, we'll do some more interviews, and we'll see if there's any additional evidence that might be able to help them as the coroner's office determine the cause of death. Okay? None of this is to try and get you jammed up. It's just for clarification purposes. Okay? Anything you want to add to that? Okay. So maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I'm losing track of time, we went down a list of people that have reached out his mental health, his physical health, his personality, their relationships, the whole 9 yards. We did a whole bunch of interviews, probably with a lot of people that you know or have talked to at some point.
Yes, Cussy.
In
His
doing
new
all
wife.
that, there was a lot of, I will say a lot, it was all pretty much the same direction. Himself. It wasn't so much speculation. It was, we know he did.
Hey, Tobies, Ronnie.
Going through the initial investigation, when you were interviewed by Detective Salud years ago, right? That was never alluded to. It was more, there's
Savannah.
no way he would have done something to himself. This was certainly an accident. Surely there was an issue with his chair, that kind of thing. So our reason for talking
it?
today is to clarify your original statement. Is there anything that you would say differently now in 2025?
No, and can I explain something to you?
Of course.
Let me break this down for you. He's a C5-6 quad. Do you know what that means? Tell me what muscles he can use.
Very few.
No, I mean specifically. Biceps he can bend. On his left hand, he functioned as a C6. On his right side, he functioned as a C5. On the left side, C6, he's got wrist extension that's a 5 out of 5 strength. I am a physical therapist specializing in spinal cord injury. So I've got some expert advice here, or expertise, whatever. He can bend his biceps. He has 0 triceps. Cannot control his triceps at all. His arm goes up like this, he can't move it. If his arm comes down like this, he can resist it with biceps, but he has no triceps whatsoever. He has absolutely 0 sensation in his hand. None whatsoever. This is C6, this is C7, this is C8. C7, C8 have 0 function, 0 sensation. C6 was spotty because it was a injury that was C5 on the right,
Can you pause this,
C6
Jay?
on the left. It wasn't good sensation. He could not feel his hand at all.
You know what I'm hearing here?
Hmm.
I'm hearing the perfect explanation of a woman who knows exactly what he can and cannot control. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like,
Absolutely.
because I mean, right. Is this a red flag to anybody else? The fact
Yeah.
that she is so detailed, it's like, yeah, because
She knew what he could and couldn't do.
right. So
Absolutely.
if he found himself in a certain predicament, she knows what he can and cannot prevent.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Feisty. Yes.
Mhm.
You guys see it. Yep.
I mean, she just cut right in too.
Yeah, like let me offer you my expertise. C5 is
Uh-huh.
he did it. Yep, Jill. Good morning, everybody coming in. Miss J. Good morning. There are only 7 cervical vertebrae. Huh. Ain't no one ever tallied their way out of charges ever.
She sounds defensive, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess, in a way I would too, right? Like, he died years ago. You're saying people still don't believe it's an accident. She already knows the environment she's in with Micah and JP. I can understand a little
Well,
bit the
and she
defensiveness.
is sitting in front of the coroner who just told her basically, like, we don't believe that it was suicide.
Is that what they said? I thought they said
That's what the report said. That the coroner had contact, or that's what the cop said, that the coroner had contacted them to get more information because they don't agree with it was a suicide.
I thought they said family, but okay, yeah.
Maybe the family pushed the coroner. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, Mr. Tomato Head, sure, right? If it was her husband, obviously she's going to know his condition better than anyone else. But this is years later, and she's able to boom, 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 boom. I don't know. And you're right. She would know his condition better than anybody else, which means she would know exactly how to set him up. So she was actually his
She was
therapist?
his main caregiver. Yeah.
Main caregiver.
I mean,
yeah.
there's a video where, remember I told you that they got him a special wheelchair for the sand?
Yes.
She actually picked him up herself and moved
Oh.
him from one wheelchair to another.
Hmm.
She had like the whole form down. She just picked him up and moved him. And I was like, holy shit, because she's little.
Right.
So she knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay, when he drives his wheelchair, the only thing he's using is wrist extension and his biceps, and then he's got some deltoid in the front, so he can extend his arm, he can move it forward, he can bend his elbow, and he can use his wrist extension. That's all he's got. No sensation.
Okay.
So that morning, the night before, he had forgotten to take his medications at night, and I had forgotten to give it to him. So he stayed up all night. He was awake all night long.
Oh, she
So when
forgot
he
to give him his
got up in the
medication.
morning,
Right.
I gave him his normal.
Right. Why
there
did
we
she
go.
forget? Why did she
Right.
forget?
If he's so dependent and he
So
can't
he was
use,
awake all night long.
yeah,
Poor guy.
he can't use any of his functions to be able to get it himself, as she just named off easily. But yet, he didn't take his medication. I
gave
forgot.
it. Okay, so she gave it to him in the morning, so she's claiming he fell asleep because his medication makes him sleep.
Right.
He was awake all night long. So when he got up in the morning, I gave him his normal medications that he always has in the morning, and then he went for a walk to walk the dog, which is what he does every single morning, probably at least one day a week. On that walk, he usually starts to kind of fall asleep, or he just is tired, and he'll ride like this and drive. And he used to joke around and say, like, don't ever let me drive off the sidewalk, or don't let me, whatever. And we
come on. He would get up in the morning and ride around, and the way she said it, like this, almost like he's falling asleep while he's riding around.
Right.
Come on.
Right. What are the odds of that?
Right.
we would have to like wake him up and stuff. So that morning when I get to the pool and they're doing CPR, whatever, the detective said,
Whatever.
What happened? Okay, well, he was tired. He was up all night long. He finally gets the medications, which is the same medications at night as in the morning. So he finally gets those medications that he had missed, and he probably fell asleep. He went to the same spot in the pool every single day if there was a person that could let him into the pool area. If not, he went on the outside of the gate, and he would sit there and he would play on his phone, or he would rest. That's what he did every morning after he walked the dog. That morning.
Why wouldn't she let him into the pool area?
Right. And if you know that he's fallen asleep, and if he's saying things like, don't let me, go off the sidewalk, then normally she's with him. But that morning, that fateful morning, she wasn't.
Right.
Huh.
And he asked someone that was there, like a neighbor, to let him in. And they did.
And she's saying, like, when I got there and they were getting him out of the pool, she's saying it like she's, recounting it any other day. Like there is,
like he
and
survived.
I get it years later. Right.
She's saying it like he survived it.
Absolutely. 3 sides. Thank you. Good morning. Pretzel and cherry Coke and a scratcher for Jay.
Thanks, 3 sides.
Do you mind if Angelica comes up for a moment?
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
Well, we can keep going until she comes out.
Yeah, of course.
Morning, obviously a neighbor let him into the pool. And so, yes, I think he fell asleep or whatever. I don't know. I haven't seen the video. And that morning when that detective's asking me those questions or whatever, I haven't seen the video. I have no idea. So yes, that's my best guess on that day at that moment that's what happened to my husband. I'm the one that lives with him. I'm the one that takes care of him. I'm the one that was there the night before. I'm the one that got him up that morning. I'm the one that gives him the medication. Not these other people. I'm the one that lives with him. Yes, I know he's sad. He's freaking paralyzed for 21 years. Would you not be sad? But does that guarantee 100% that he killed himself? I have no idea. I am not a detective, and I was not in his mind that morning. That is what I told that detective, and that is exactly what I stand by today. Okay. I have no idea.
Yeah, sure.
You decide.
Sure.
Sounds like caretaker burnout.
What do you think? This is just hypotheses.
Sorry. She's on about medications, right? Have you heard of, it's not the same thing, obviously, but have you heard of fibromyalgia?
Mm-hmm.
Right. With fibro, they give you strong painkillers. Now, if he didn't take his painkillers the night before, when he gets his painkillers the next morning, it will hit him twice as hard. And the pain, if he was in pain, even if he wasn't, if it's some kind of opiate or something like that, it will send him to sleep. If he's been like that for 20 odd years and she's been with him for even more than 6 months, she would know this. So why did she let him out? Why did she give him that medication that morning and let him out by himself? Because she knows that medication would affect him twice as hard. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because if I take medication, if I don't take medication and I'm due it now, if I took it in 4 to 6 hours time, obviously the pain would be more intense, but it takes longer for it to affect. And when it does affect, it hits you and it knocks you to sleep. If your partner is not on any kind of medication and she's your carer, she would know that.
No, that totally makes sense.
This is
She would
Angelica.
know that.
It's yet another like neglectful thing, right?
Yes, yes. Because
I agree.
if I don't drive. I lived in a big city. There was plenty of our sort of buses and that are more reliable than the ones you have in the States. And I live in a small town now, so I don't drive because everywhere's within walking distance. But if I drove a car, my husband would not dream of letting me get into that car after I had taken medication like that, because it would cause an accident.
Right.
Do you know
I
what
guess
I mean?
my question would be, did he really, is there witnesses seeing him do that every day? Was he usually outside of the pool because of the side effects of the meds?
And half asleep, walking a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's the thing. He's been on his medication for a very long time. And the idea that he's taken at nighttime a medication that knocks him out and then morning time a medication that knocks him out, it sounds to me like she just wanted him to be knocked out. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't. I find it hard.
He also got bed sores because she stopped bathing him.
Yeah, I
properly
heard
and stuff.
that.
So,
And at this point, she's having an affair with JP Miller, and he's aware of it. He confronted them 2 weeks prior. It sounded like caretaker burnout the way she was talking. I live with him. I take care of him. I give his medication.
Yeah.
There's a lot of anger.
You could hear it, because at the end of the day, it is very stressful. But the excuse with the medication, for me, because I've been on it so long, it's not an excuse. Do you know what I mean? It would put her more, for me, it would put her more into the you did this category than neglectful. Do you know what I mean? It's like she's planned it this way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's what most of us are thinking, especially knowing the outcome.
Yes. But I just wanted to say that with the medication anyway.
thanks.
Okay, I'll go back into the chat.
Thank you, Angelica.
Bye, Angelica.
Bye.
That does make sense, though, because, I mean, she made a point to say the medication is the same in the morning as it is at night, and that he didn't sleep because he didn't take it at night.
Right. So then when he gets in the morning, now he's going to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it just so happens to be the morning that she doesn't walk the dog with him. He does have somebody allow him inside the pool.
Uh-huh. And he was supposed to meet someone.
Right.
Who never showed up.
Right.
That's weird.
It is weird. All of it's weird.
All right, let's keep going.
Here, why do you think this would come to light in 2025, several years later? Like, what do you think has changed?
Nothing has changed.
So why are they bringing it to our attention now?
Because there's a bunch of YouTubers that are talking about other topics that have
YouTuber. I can't. We are like the devil, aren't we?
I can't.
We are just the devil to all these criminals. I tell you. I got to hear that again.
So why are they bringing it to our attention now?
Because there's a bunch of YouTubers that are talking about other topics that have killed himself. My sister-in-law was mad at me because she came to me like the next day or whatever, and I said, well, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know if he did or not. And I said, but I really don't want you talking to the kids about that. They're 14 years old. Their dad was a motivational speaker. He did everything in his power to be the strongest man on earth for his kids. And he laid his life down for his kids every single day. So please don't mention that to my children. Mm-hmm. Let's just, if that's your thought, that's your thought. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Don't talk to me about it, and don't talk to my kids about it. And it apparently frustrated her to the point that now she's like, you know what? I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna whatever. I didn't even know that she's the one who started this. I have no idea why we're talking about this.
Okay. Have you talked to her recently?
a couple weeks ago,
I love
a
how
month
she
ago,
keeps-
whatever, and then I had to
I
block
love
her.
how she keeps hitting the desk too.
Yeah, showing her real anger there, like
Uh-huh.
this. And not
Uh-huh.
only that, but the the kids that were not at the wedding that you just had, those kids.
Right, those kids.
And she's trying to say on one hand, like he laid his life down for those kids. He loved those kids. But then she's saying, I don't know if he was tired. I'm not in his head. Like I don't know what he was thinking. I'm not in his head, implying maybe he was tired of being in a wheelchair for 21 years.
Right.
So she's kind of giving both. Thank you, Kathy.
Contradictory for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They were together for a long time, Gertie. Weren't they together when he got in his accident as a kid? Like I think he was 20 or something.
No, I thought she met him by being his caretaker.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. I thought they knew each other from when they were younger.
Well,
Interesting. Because
here's
there's
the
also
thing.
an interview with one of his frat brothers. So.
Oh, yeah. And here's the thing, Petty. If the medication is no longer having an effect, then they usually amp it up. You don't just take medication that no longer affects you. If you've been on it for years, the doctors will either enhance it or they don't just leave you to be in pain of the dying off meds.
Pretty much if he was suffering from bed sores, I'm sure he was on some pretty strong meds.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I mean, that's the other thing people have to remember. She neglected him up until his death. He was neglected.
Right. So was she having burnout and couldn't do it anymore, or he?
Right.
Because for all intents and purposes, he was doing a lot of good considering his disability. He got in a drunk driving accident when he was like 20. So he shared his story, to other people and stuff.
Yeah, he's a motivational. I thought he was an Army veteran.
That I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know though.
Yeah, I think he was. I thought that's what I thought his injuries were from. Hence the motivational speaking and all, but
he got in a drunk driving accident.
I
watched like a video where he told the story.
Yeah.
Him and his friend were at like partying, and he admitted it. Like, we were stupid. We got behind the wheel and we shouldn't have,
Yeah. A lot of people
he paid the ultimate price, in my opinion. That would be absolutely horrible.
Did he ever?
I know a guy that ended up just like Chris, but he dove into a pool that was like in the shallow.
Mm-hmm.
And he broke his neck.
Oof.
Yeah. He can't feel anything from, the weight, like neck down.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, let's keep going.
Because she decided to tell my daughter himself, which devastated my daughter. Mm-hmm. And I said, please don't talk to my daughter about that anymore. Mm-hmm. And she reamed me out, text messages, blah, 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 how all these things. And so I blocked her. I was like, okay,
yeah,
done. All because she wants, twins that adored their father.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Okay. Alluded to doing anything like that to you?
Yes.
Okay. How recently, from the time he passed away, was it recent that he was making comments like that?
He made, not specific to me, not within that week or whatever, but he would make comments periodically. Yeah. He'd say that, he would talk about how hard his life was. He would talk about how it's so difficult. He doesn't know how long he can do it. But he was saying that in 2015, and he was saying that in 2017. Sure. This is not new.
Yeah, of course.
It was a hard life. And he started getting wounds that were like recurrent wounds, probably started 2017, 2018, somewhere in there. And when he would get a wound, he had to be in the bed on his side, which was extremely painful, and for weeks at a time, and it was miserable. And so when he would have wounds and stuff, that's when he would be like, I don't know how much longer I can do this. This is awful, And he would even say things like, "There's nothing I can't even kill myself." Like, how ridiculous is that? I'm so paralyzed and so handicapped that I can't even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it. So yeah, he'd make it off and on.
Yeah.
But Did he do it that day? I don't know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. You weren't with him.
No.
Yeah.
And he didn't say it the day before to me. He didn't
Yeah.
say anything to me the day before. The day before, he spent the day, he taught my daughter how to serve a volleyball because she was joining the volleyball team. Watched football. I mean, it was a normal day.
It always is.
Did he ever allude to how he would kill himself?
He talked about the only thing he could do is drive into the pool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which he's probably right. I can't think of any other physical way that he could do it.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he would have to have somebody help him.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's right. That's the only way he could do it.
So I let him go to the pool every morning by himself.
Did he ever have
falling asleep.
conversations like that with your kids at all?
Right.
About
No, definitely
something-
not my daughter, and I don't think my son. I know with my son, he said that he that it was a really hard life and that kind of thing. I don't know that he said anything like in detail.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You've
did
never
he have
asked.
a conversation? You might
Wait,
not know
wait,
the
wait.
answer to this. I don't know. Did he have a
Wait, wait, wait.
conversation with your
This guy's been dead for 4 years and she's never talked to her children about conversations they had with him.
Probably not.
Don't you think that's weird? I mean, by this point, maybe not when they're little, but they're teenagers.
Right. Cute
Wouldn't you
daddies.
talk about their father's death and like things that he said before? I mean, that's weird.
like memories and stuff? Like
I don't trust that shit. I don't trust her at all.
son the night before he died?
I don't know that.
Okay.
She never asked her son if he talked to his dad the night before.
Mm.
Weird.
Right. Like, did daddy say anything to
Have
any
you
of
talked-
you?
Yeah, right.
You know,
Yeah, she's clearly lying.
Maggie.
I don't know that.
Okay.
Have you talked to my son?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
oh. Did you talk to him?
Why do you know something that I haven't told you?
Right. That's exactly
Wow.
what that sounded like. Wait, what do you know?
She's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't. I think that was speculation, and that's why I wanted to. It's still speculation.
Yeah. My son has never talked
Sure. Yeah.
that morning.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Would he have mentioned
Probably
something
not,
very
because
grand?
tell me anything, but probably not that, because in trying to protect me from that thought.
Okay, Lori Vallow. Your kid's trying to protect you, right? So what they asked her was if if he would have talked to your son and told him something grim, would your son have talked about that and told you? And she
Right.
says no, because he would be trying to protect me.
Protect me.
Give me a break. What about her kid? Oh God, this woman.
Your husband killed himself. My dad killed himself. He told me that night. I mean, that, like that, I don't know. My thought is he wouldn't tell me that. But
Yeah. No, I haven't talked to your son. Matter of fact, he's what, 17?
Mhm.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, he's 17.
Well, he
No.
wasn't at the time of the death, 2021. So he would have
Right. But still, that makes
13.
it even worse. You've never had these conversations, and he's
Right.
almost a full ass adult.
and then to say, like, was he gonna, what would he say? Your husband killed himself. My dad killed himself. Yes, actually, yes. Literally.
Yes, you
Yeah.
would talk about that.
Right.
Wow.
And another, this again speculation. Was there any sign of a suicide note?
no.
How leave a note if he wanted
would have
to
to do it on the computer.
on the computer?
Or on his phone.
Okay.
Most likely it'd be his phone, because he got to the point where if he to type on the computer, he had to like lean to the right and he could type just to keep his balance. And
She's
when
doing
he
the
would
type-
do that, he would get a wound on that right side.
Yeah.
So he started to do like 90% of anything on the phone.
Gotcha. Like talk to text or like.
Talk to text, or he would type it, like he would hold, because he would like get it like this, and then he would just
Yeah.
type with this.
Gotcha.
This poor
Okay.
guy was suffering.
Is there anything else that you wanted to get clarified?
I don't think so. Let me look back at questions.
Any questions that you had sitting there?
I'm sorry for yelling. I just think it's.
No, it's yeah.
I think it's so sad for my husband.
Yeah. Of
I
course.
think it's so sad.
It's sad for the whole family. It really is. It's sad for the whole family. And I hate to reopen these wounds. But unfortunately, this is one of those investigations. I knew there was going to be some tough conversations, and it has been. It's been some tough conversations.
You ever had text messages with any of his family about committing suicide?
Probably so mad. I can't tell you the fury that goes into mom to know that an aunt, without asking me, knowing that I specifically said, look, we don't know if that happened or not, but please don't tell his children. Like, what's your goal? Is your goal to make my daughter think poorly of your brother? Is your goal to rip her heart out? Is your goal to make her feel that her dad abandoned her? Because you know what? That's exactly what you accomplished. So well done.
But that was just
well
recently.
done. Yes, it was. I don't know, a month ago. I don't know.
Back when the incident occurred.
Oh no.
Any text messages that you would have had with
No.
anybody?
Notice the change in her voice
Uh-huh.
No.
and the dramatic.
She
banging.
turned that off so quick.
Right. Like no.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and then suddenly just like a calm. Yeah.
I mean,
It's
the banging,
diabolical, man.
yeah, and like the banging on the desk and stuff, and it's just. And at this point, people have to remember she's dating J.P. Miller, whose wife also just took her life. So of course, their people are speculating. Of course, his family's upset. Of course, people are side-eyeing, her thought process and what actually happened back then. Again, J.P. Miller confronted them on the affair. There was a confrontation. And the fact that she doesn't understand why people are speculating or why people are asking these questions, instead of saying, like, I get it. Listen, who I'm dating is controversial. And, with what just happened with Micah, I understand why people are now questioning, further what happened back then. But I loved my husband. I would have never, ever. Instead, she's the victim and she's banging and
She's all over the place.
I mean, good luck, JP. Between her and him and his little video where he's on the ground flopping around and being all weird. Bless him. Whew.
It wasn't a conversation that you had with any family members or any of his friends or anybody like that. Okay.
I mean, no. Like, I had other friends ask me, his friends ask me and say, like, do you think he did it? Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I don't know. I know that he was exhausted. I know that he was in a lot of pain. And I know that morning he went for a walk. I have no idea.
Oh my God. The table bang is driving me nuts.
I know it. He really wants them to hear her.
I can't think of anything else that I've kind of been pondering or anything else that the other interviews would have kind of brought to light other than what we've already talked about. And I mean, I don't disagree with you. You weren't there, so how would you really know what his intentions were? That makes sense.
And so he would say things like that, right? So, in his dark moments, whatever, he, that's the only thing he could think of to even do to kill himself. There's no other way to do it on his own. But he could turn around. He was so verbal. Those people, my son is exactly like him, where they vent something out and then, like, for me, if I say something, I've thought about it, I've processed it, and then I'm communicating.
Like your affair?
When they say things, they're venting it, and then they feel fine. They feel 1,000 times better, and you think they're devastated, but really they just feel good.
What?
She is so weird.
So he could tell me that in 2017 or whatever, and the very next day be playing with the kids and happy, and we're gonna go here, and I'd be like, okay, I guess we're better today.
I guess we're good, yeah.
And so I honestly, I never thought he would do it, but I don't know. I don't know.
The table bang is really driving me nuts.
And you can't know what they're thinking at every moment.
Yeah.
Like, did he think about it that whole night before? I don't know.
Yeah.
I was right next to him.
Yeah.
I slept on a blow-up mattress next to him on the couch because he couldn't sleep in the bed. Like, I was right there.
Yeah.
I wonder if she really was right there.
Well, and here's the other thing. I thought he didn't sleep all night. And you knew that he was awake all night. The next morning is because he didn't have his medication. And at no point throughout the night, seeing your husband wide awake, did you not think to get up and get on medication?
Yeah, I don't understand that whole night before.
Right, like, "What's going on, hon? You're not able to go sleep." "Oh my god, we didn't get your medication." You mean to tell me, as verbal as she says he was, he never spoke up and said, "Hey, I'm having a really hard time here. I need my
Right.
medication."
Right. He just
I
sat there, quiet,
Right.
awake.
And then she's like, "Oh, I slept on a blow-up mattress." You were sleeping with JP Miller. Shut up.
Mhm.
And here's the other thing. She did sound like caretaker exhaustion, which is a real thing. And my, deepest thoughts go out to every caretaker out there. I know it's hard. And then she has this other life going on where she has this young, attractive, capable, able-bodied man who she's now having an affair with, and he becomes even now her husband becomes even more of a burden.
Well, right. And let's think back too. I mean, when she met him, was she newly in this profession where she was excited and wanted to be a helper? And, I can help this guy rehab and take care of him. And, after so many years, it got fucking old.
Well, this just crossed my mind. Tell me what you think. So she has Chris, right? Who's a well-loved community member. He does these seminars where he's a public speaker. He's pretty much praised everywhere he goes. And she comes along, she's his caretaker, and she kind of idolizes the way people idolize him, right? So she becomes his lover. She's now loving him. JP, he's a preacher. He does the same thing. He does seminars. He preaches to the people. People adore him. And now she's dating him. Is this woman somebody that, falls for the ideation of others? Was it that everybody else found these people to be great people and she thought if I was next to them, they'll see me as a great person too? I don't know.
Right.
Because clearly, by the banging,
She wants to be on the
people,
arm of someone who's important
right?
to people.
Right. Like, look, they're such good people, or Chris is such a good man, and look at me. I'm dating a handicapped man, and I'm going to marry him, and I'm going to take care
I'm
of
the
him.
hero, and look at how I've taken care
hero.
of him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they said that JP spoke at correct me if I'm wrong. Did somebody in the chat said JP spoke at Chris's spoke about him passing. Presided over Chris's
he did.
funeral. That's how you say it, Robot. Yeah. So the man that confronted, Chris confronted him 2 weeks prior to his death, confronts him about this affair. Is now presided
and
over
I'm
his
sure to
funeral.
Chris's family, like at first she was a dream come true because of her, her background and that he would have someone that was able to care for him and understand his injuries.
The fact that he found love at all. Do you know how hard it is?
I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
It was almost too good to be true.
In psychology, controls a person's ability or perception of their ability to affect themselves, others, their conditions, their environment. Yeah. He was their marital counselor too.
Oh, for love of God.
And also the one that she's having an affair with.
Nothing like screwing the wife. How weird. These people are weird.
Yep.
Gross. All right, let's finish this.
And again, for those who don't realize, this is her in the middle, and this is her and JP walking, and see how she's kind of further behind, her head's down. I guess who's going to counsel their marriage now? Dirtbags.
Yeah. Total dirtbags.
Why couldn't you sleep in the bed?
It was too painful.
Because of the way he had to lay?
Yeah. So we have a couch, and it has like the automatic buttons, and it's like those recliner, but like the ones that really recline back. And so that was the place where he slept for probably the last year and a half, maybe 2 years.
Year and a half.
Oh man.
And we could get him in that
fucking
position
couch.
and then lift his right tuberosities where he always got the wound. So we could lift it up and kind of wedge a pillow there where he could
sounds like a fucking horrible
keep his
life.
balance and sleep.
Poor guy, man.
Is there anything that you've been wanting to talk about or get off your chest or ask? Do you have questions for us? Or, the floor is yours.
I think the whole thing's sad.
Yeah.
And I wish that my husband could just be remembered for being an amazing person. And I don't know why we have to bring it up and try to make him look like, again.
Make him look what, bad?
Fuck her. You know what made him look bad? The fact that after he dies, you're having an affair on him. After he dies, you go on to marry a man whose wife also died, by taking her own life, allegedly. I would say that would be, what's making him look bad. You married the priest, you married your counselor, your marriage counselor, and you're talking about they're trying to make him look bad by saying that it's possibly an unaliven.
Right. She's a fucking bitch.
Right.
Sorry, but she is. And it doesn't make him look bad.
Right.
And she said that earlier too, when the aunt told the son, that he killed, like, she's like, you want to rip my daughter, or the daughter, you want to rip my daughter's our heart out and make her think less of her dad? Like, what? No, you would explain to your daughter what your dad's been through.
Especially now
and
that
talk about it.
They're older, right? They're older. They're teenagers. One's 17, and this is February 5th of 2025. They're at an age where suicide's not a foreign concept to them. They can understand it, and they can understand the suffering their father went through. They can understand how he stood, he was strong for all those years, but as he got older and, it became more of you can explain that. They're not toddlers. They will understand. They will remember their father's struggles, and they will also remember their father loved them dearly. You don't say there's this negative, a lot of people say suicide is selfish, and can it be? Absolutely. But you can also explain it in a way where it was like, he didn't do this because he didn't love you. So to say,
when someone's suffering, it's different. Okay.
Right.
It's
stigma,
not like,
right.
They clearly saw him physically suffering. When people commit suicide and you can't see the suffering, it's mental. A lot of people kids would have a harder time understanding that. But to physically see their dad struggle, they would have understood it more.
Well, and to sit there and act like it's going to hurt her kids more to know that, daddy may have taken his own life or whatever. It may not have been an accident. I think it would hurt them more to know that mommy's now dating the man that presided over his funeral, the man that daddy thought he was having an affair with, the man whose wife also just died, the man who was their marriage counselor.
And maybe that's why they weren't there.
They weren't at the wedding. Why are you having such a blurred time, Three Sides? Are you not familiar with JP Miller and Micah's crazy storyline? This man's a pig.
I'm like, what's the goal? You want him to look like a loser? You want him to
No, she didn't.
She sure did.
Oh my God.
As she's banging the table again.
You want him to look like a loser.
That would make him a loser?
Wow.
Why we have to bring it up and try to make him look like, again, like, what's the goal? You want him to look like a loser? You want him to look like he left his family? Do you want him to, what is the goal? Do you want to expose that he was in this horrible despair as a quad? Like, what's the goal?
Is that how she feels about
Did he do
Micah?
it? I don't know.
Yeah.
And I don't care. Listen, not one other person was there.
I don't care, she says.
Does she see Micah as a loser?
Wow. Did he do it? I don't know, and I don't care.
I don't care. I wasn't there.
Did he do it? I don't know.
Yeah.
And I don't care. Listen, not one other person was there. Yes, there's a video, but not one other person was there. So can you say with 100% certainty? Can his sister say that with 100% certainty? Oh, well, she knows. What was she? They didn't even like each other. My God, they didn't even like each other. He had to gear up for every single time that he got together with her. So,
how is his relationship with his parents?
His relationship with his mom was really good. His dad lived with us. His dad's super annoying, but whatever, he was fine.
No, she's just trashing his family.
She's such a bitch.
She's trashing his family.
Wow. His dad's super annoying. She's a bitch, man.
She is a
Lived with us.
bitch.
His
He
dad's
didn't like
super
his
annoying,
sister.
but whatever, he was fine. He kept
She
to
was
himself.
done with all of them.
His mom and him were very close. He would share anything with his mom.
Now she's back to normal, Jay.
They would argue from time to time, but she deeply, deeply loved him, and he deeply loved her. And he would always say, if he ever got mad at her or whatever, he'd be like, it's my mom. I love my mom. So he adored his mom. He struggled with him. They did not like each other. She's super quick. Family functions, she's got to say that when he was 12, he, whatever, took her CDs or whatever. They didn't get along.
What?
Ever.
He would bring up when they were 12, he would take her CDs.
And that's why they didn't get along. That sounds like a fun memory to laugh with your brother about.
Right. My sister used to take my clothes as teenagers, and she would even take my brand new clothes that had tags on them. And it would drive me nuts. We're adults now, and we laugh about it.
Every time she didn't like hearing these memories.
Right. Like every time I'm at my sister's house, I literally mess with her. Like, you got anything with tags on it I can take? Like, we still joke about it. The fact, like, holding a grudge into your adulthood life. I'm sure when he became, paralyzed, it brought the family together.
I'm sure they were reminiscing on memories before he was paralyzed.
Right.
She didn't like hearing that.
Oh, good.
Probably because it made him smile and made him happy.
Look at this. Imagine a healthcare worker calling people who struggle with mental health losers.
Yeah, she definitely does not need to be working in the profession. I agree. No empathy at all. I would have to think a lot of quadriplegics are suicidal.
Huh. And listen, you would have those emotions, right? Like at one point, like it's not a foreign concept to, especially in his situation, to have days where you're like, I can't do this anymore, and then your child comes running in the room, or
I'm sure he was on antidepressants.
And I wonder if she would say to him, like, "Oh, what, you're going to be a loser and drive yourself into the pool? You're going to be a loser and leave your family behind?"
When she said loser, I was
right.
You screamed so loud your mic went out.
I couldn't believe it. Did it? It cut it.
It cut out because you went so loud.
I couldn't believe the fact that she would sit there and be like, "You want to make him out to be a loser?" Like that's
sick.
What that makes him.
And talk about his legacy. What are you leaving, lady? Calling him a loser.
Yeah. And then again, is that what she feels about Micah? Oh, what a loser. Left her family, took her own life, loser.
She probably was happy she was out of the picture.
Hey, artist. Right, of course. They both were out of the picture at this point. Now they're married. Till death do us part, huh?
Thank you, Gary.
What'd you say, Gary?
He always has such nice compliments.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's the only reason I keep him here is compliments and his dad jokes, right, Gary? He's my favorite. Don't tell anybody. Just between us.
And actually, the last year of his life, I felt like, and he felt like they were starting to get along a little bit better. They could do small doses, right? Like she could come over for an hour, and then like 3 weeks later, they could talk on the phone for 10 minutes, or, like that was kind of their max. Otherwise, she would get frustrated with him, and he got frustrated with her. His dad's just kind of odd, but he loved his dad, but his dad wasn't like a dad. Like he never did.
Oh my God!
For him.
Wow.
So he didn't, when he was living with you guys, he didn't help like take care of him.
No.
Okay.
Right, caregiver burnout.
Fill up his cup of water. So when I would leave in the morning, I would put 2 cups of water because he could get his hand. There was a cup that had like a handle, and he could get his hand in there and like do this, and then he could drink with a straw. And so I would leave him 2 cups of water, and I would usually leave him like something like pack of crackers or peanut butter, something that he could slide off the desk and then try to eat. But sometimes he dropped it, but most of the time he'd land it in his mouth.
Jesus.
And,
wow, man.
So there's times
why is she leaving him alone?
Right, where he's only eating a pack of crackers if
water?
he's capable, and water all day.
Wow. So he had to like basically hope that he made the food in his mouth. She didn't feed him before she left? Wow.
Pack of crackers he would try to eat, but a lot of
listen
times
to her tone of voice again. Listen how she's like giggling over it.
He'd land it in his mouth. Yeah. And so, but anytime
she's laughing.
Oh my gosh.
No wonder his sister hated her.
Right.
Time he'd land it in his mouth. And so, but anytime he asked his dad, like, could you refill my water? That's pretty much all he ever asked him. Could you refill my water, or could you grab me a pack of crackers? He'd be like, yeah,
I'm
fine.
sure.
Like, he wasn't.
Wow.
He was never kind about helping him. Maybe
Prove it.
I shouldn't say
Right.
never. He was probably kind once every 3 to 4 months about helping him get a cup of water.
You know what I would do? I would sit down with them kids and I'd be like, what was it like when your grandpa lived there? Did
Yep.
your grandpa help take care of dad? I don't believe this bitch.
I don't believe her either.
But he's a selfish man. He's just weird.
Selfish man. He's just weird.
He's just weird. Meanwhile, she marries into
Appreciate
the
you
Miller
making time to come
family.
and talk to us. You were the last piece.
How about her new father-in-law? You want to talk about a weirdo?
That's what I just said. Now she marries into the Miller family. Oh, okay. Oh.
Groomers? Okay.
To the
Daddy's
public, to be honest
preacher,
with you. I mean,
mommy's
We've
creeper.
talked to a lot of people, and you were the last piece. So I don't know that, like you said, I don't know what the goal is. I don't know. But when it's presented to us,
It's very odd.
Yeah.
You normally have people fighting that it's not a suicide, not fighting that it is.
Yeah.
I know.
It's
so important. And I don't know if she did it. I would doubt highly that his mom is like passionately for it, but maybe she is. Shift gears, but whatever.
Wait, what?
I think it cut out. Like they redacted something.
Yeah. Something
Maybe
shifts
she
gears.
His mom is like passionately for it, but maybe she
shifts gears, but
Maybe she shifts gears. Funny she mentions gear shifting, huh?
I'm a
yeah.
surrealist. I just live in reality. And so
Oh, you do, huh?
I'm not going to cover anything up. And I'm like, I'm not covering anything up. Okay, that's your thought of what happened. I have my thought of what happened. Nobody else was there. Doesn't really matter what my thought is, and doesn't really matter what her thought is.
Right.
He's in heaven with Jesus, and he's not here. That's where we are. So, whatever.
So whatever.
Where's your
Oh.
phone number? Did you give me that? No.
I wonder if she even left him crackers.
Just for my report. I think it's on there, but just
I agree,
final.
Fancy.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else medically. He passed out all the time too, but I doubt that that's what happened that morning. He had super low blood pressure, so he always took in the morning medicines. He had 2 proamine, so that would raise his blood pressure. If he passed out, he wouldn't have been able to drive his chair, or he would have. Well, I don't know if his hand was on the joystick. That would happen too sometimes. His hand would be on the joystick and he didn't realize it because he couldn't feel it.
Didn't she just say earlier
So
he
I
fell
probably-
asleep
You
all
hear-
the time?
Did you hear the cop? Yeah.
I mean, earlier she said he fell asleep all the time.
He was so tired.
He probably fell asleep. He
But
was
now
up all
she's saying he
night.
passed out all the time. Why the fuck would you have your husband going near a pool when he's falling asleep and passing out all the time?
And can't even feel if the joystick's in his hand or not. So,
So
how's
she
he
wants
really
us to
controlling
believe
his...
that he passed out. His hand was on the joystick and it went forward and he went in the pool.
How, if he couldn't feel the joystick, how was he controlling
he
it
driving
to
around?
drive to where he wanted to go?
Yeah, I'd love to see his toxicology report.
Yeah.
See what medications were in him.
He would have. Well, I don't know if his hand was on the joystick. That would happen too sometimes. His hand would be on the joystick and he didn't realize it because he couldn't feel it. So I probably said that morning too. I don't remember, but
She's trying to cover her bases. I probably said that morning too.
I do remember thinking that, like, well, because when he would fall asleep, if he was driving his chair, he wouldn't be asleep. He'd be like, he'd kind of do, I don't know. I don't know if it was the morning.
You did say that.
Yeah.
You did.
So, yeah, okay. So, sometimes his hand would be on there and he couldn't feel it and he'd just.
Even his mother alluded to that. She said the chair is super sensitive. Like
Oh, it's
she's
so
like,
sensitive.
yeah, she's
like
like
people
this.
drive it into walls like
That's
that.
what she said. Yeah. Mom said the same thing. She said she's hit it by accident. The chair
Oh
went
yeah,
flying.
it goes flying. Yeah.
You hear her giggle?
He was a great driver of the chair,
Yeah.
but you do have to be awake when you're driving.
Right. Correct.
So.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah,
Oh,
that
now
makes
they're
sense.
laughing.
Well, again, sorry we're talking about this years later, but that's what it is. And I'm hoping after today you don't hear from us again, and this can be the end of the investigation. So.
Okay. Wonderful sister who adored her brother. It is maybe I think that's deep inside of her heart, but she did not express it and communicate it to him well.
Mhm.
The things she communicated were mean and hurtful, and she blamed him and said he was selfish her whole life and all these things that he would do when he was like 8 years old. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, she's holding on to
okay,
resentments from
what
8.
the heck?
I don't believe it.
So that's really sad to me.
Yeah.
Welcome, snowflakes.
And I won't say that she portrayed herself like that. She never really alluded to that. But
Back to crying and whining.
my opinion, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think she got caught up in YouTube theories and all that. You know, it was kind of the talk of the town for a little bit, and I think she got wrapped up in it, and it got her mind racing, and she talks to family, and that got, I think it was just a ripple effect. So
You got a membership.
unfortunately, you were caught up in that ripple effect because you were,
Yeah, I
directly
just said
related to
welcome,
the case.
snowflake.
But
Oh, sorry.
I wouldn't worry too much about it going forward.
Thank you.
Sorry for being emotional. I was really trying.
Yeah, you have every right to
Yeah,
be.
every right.
For sure.
We're okay with that.
Yep.
Oh God, I hate when I listen to like interrogations and the person goes, "I'm sorry for being," oh, we totally expect that. It's
Yeah,
okay.
we knew that would happen.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, you have every reason to be emotional. This bitch is diabolical.
And remind you all, Mistress, welcome. Again, she's dating JP Miller. So she knows why this is all happening. And she's bashing his family the entire time. Bashing.
So get this. Now we have dash cam footage. This is Chris's death. And
Okay, I have to run
JP
to the
and
bathroom
Mika
first, though.
show up. When you
Okay,
said
let me-
bathroom, I was like, throw up.
Throw up. I don't have to throw up, but I do have to urinate. I will BRB.
Okay, I'll wait
Gotta
for
be.
you. Hey, Pines. Hey, True Crime and Other Stuff. Welcome in, everybody. So what do you guys think? Do you think she's a liar, or do you think that it could have happened as an accident? Or do you think he committed suicide? Yeah, Lovey, that's what doesn't make sense. You knew he was on the medication. You knew he didn't sleep. The chair is sensitive. He passes out and dies. You think she pushed him mentally over the edge? Could be. I mean, is it possible? Yes. He knew that she was having an affair because 2 weeks prior to his death, he told JP Miller to knock it off. Did he have life insurance? Probably, but I don't know anything about it. Stephanie. Oh yeah, Laura. I get Lori Vallow vibes. I mean, at least they didn't kill her, kids. Christ. But we're gonna look at dash cam footage and JP shows up. But here's the video. Here's another video of look at this. Here's another video of the drowning. They don't know who this guy is. The unknown witness. Watch. Fitz News has the deets. Hey, they got the mots. Oh, shit. This guy here. This is all the people inside the pool that found him. They don't know who this guy is. The hell? He got his phone out to film it. This is when they got him out. Oh my God. The fuck? Oh, and then he just walks away. Could it be just a nosy neighbor? he just stands there and films it. And why can't they find out who it is? I mean, a lot of people are nosy. I don't know. He was in there for a while, though. I think like 2 hours. I just don't know why they can't identify him. That's weird. Or maybe we just don't know who he is. The wheelchair photographed is not the all-terrain. Okay. This is the wheelchair. It weighs 330 pounds. Here's pictures of it.
I'm back.
Welcome
stuff-
back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. What show was that?
Welcome back, Cotter.
Oh, durr.
Look
I
at
made
this,
myself
Granny.
another
There
cup
was
of
another
coffee.
pool video. And
Oh,
look
look,
at
that's me. That's my thumbnail. Look how cute it is.
look, this is the unknown witness. See this guy right here?
Wait, where?
Bottom right corner. See, he's getting out his phone.
Oh.
Look at Chris is in the pool and they're
And
finding
this-
him. See this guy here? He's like, oh my God. And then someone over here comes over and they get him out. This
Okay,
guy
is
is called
after
the,
he's in.
we don't know who he is, and he walks up, videos it, and then walks away.
So,
Watch.
and he was in the pool for 2 hours, correct?
He was in there
before
for a
found-
while. I think it was like 2 hours, yeah.
All right, so person here, person there.
See,
This
she's
guy's
like, oh my God,
recorded.
that's a lady. She's like, oh my God. And
yeah.
someone was in there and they had a hard time getting him out. But
Oh, can you imagine being the one to try to get the chair's
Yeah.
heavy and then a deceased man who's been in the
350
water?
pound chair he was strapped to. And
He's
then
been in the
look,
water
this
for
guy's
2 hours.
videoing, right?
Yeah.
So they get him out over here.
Okay, so he's taken out there, the black box. He
And
just walks away.
Just walks away. Yeah.
Doesn't even like.
No,
just
he
walk-
doesn't go in there to like, you guys
Rec-
need any help? Do you need me to call anyone? Like, no, just walks away.
What was he hired by JP?
Right. Who's that? Is that the proof?
I mean, that's some
It's done?
right. Right. It worked.
That's fucking weird, right?
Yeah, that's weird because that's grimy as shit. Like, who records somebody coming out of a pool deceased and then just walks away? He didn't even make his presence known there. Like, oh my God, I'm calling 911. I'm coming over. Do you need help? Is there
Yeah,
anything I
'cause
can do? Grab
The
some help.
lady in the report, the lady that was over here that
Mhm.
found him, that saw him in there, because she was at the pool, she said she originally thought it was like a float or something
Ugh.
like in the, you know what I mean? Because she
Yeah.
saw like something in the water at the bottom. And then she got closer and that she started screaming. And then I
Right.
think someone came from over the other direction, but this dude doesn't even
Make
attempt
his
to help.
presence known. No, he
Mm-mm.
doesn't even let anybody know he's there, quite frankly.
Right.
And this is a very nice pool. Can I just add that? It's a
Oh my
very
God, it's
nice
beautiful.
pool.
I'm
Now-
sure their home is beautiful.
It's kind of, morbid, but they have to now drain all that water and stuff, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. I know it'd be nice. Try it. Well, yeah, I think I think somebody getting their ass beat or a fight or whatever. But this, I don't know. I could never personally fathom pulling out a phone and recording somebody being found deceased and then just walking away. It's disgusting. I hope the police found that man and questioned him. What was that text?
I don't
Response from
know.
the
They
family.
they don't know who it's from. So they say this is just in the evidence that they were able to FOIA. It says a portion of a text message turned over to police as evidence in the case seems to question the timing of Skinner's death. However, the date of the message and the context is unclear, as are the sender or receiver.
Okay. And it says,
So
I
they
totally.
think they said they think it may be important because sources close to the investigation say this is one of many text messages that were turned over to the coroner's office as evidence.
But they weren't included in the investigative file.
Right.
And then the text reads, I totally agree with the cousins. Way better than strangers or other families. Yeah, I agree. I had a great combo with blank about blank and the things blank said and did. It was really good. Blank had way more insight than I expected, and I'm sure he goes in out emotionally, but the things he said were really good truth and about knowing that it's not his fault, probably the child. And if Blank was going to do it, he would have done it anyway. He would have just picked a day when Blank was at school, yeah. So he knows it's not his fault. He says sometimes he feels it's his fault, but deep down he knows it's not. And he's not mad at Blank for it either, at least not today. I'm glad they're both in counseling. So it sounds like somebody's speaking to one of the children, but what gets me is their own mother hasn't spoken to them about how they feel about it.
Right. Good point.
I mean, yeah, that could be true, Chloe.
Now this is
Do you
his sister, Tamara McDermott,
okay?
and this is their statement regarding all of this stuff being released. Most recently, the coroner's office told his sister that the evidence related to the investigation is being analyzed by the FBI.
Yep. It has come to our attention via Fitz News that the Myrtle Beach Police Department has publicly released witness audio recordings from interviews conducted in January 2025 related to the ongoing investigation into the death of Chris Skinner. Our family remains disappointed by the handling of this case. And who is this, Jay?
This is Chris's sister.
Sister, the one that she's saying, oh, mad about a CD and mad when he was 8.
Uh-huh.
We are especially concerned by the inconsistencies and lack of alignment between the Myrtle Beach Police Department and the Horry County Coroner's Office. However, as of Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, the publicly elected coroner, Robert Edge, confirmed that the investigation is still active and that evidence is being sent to FBI Quantico for analysts. This confirmation has been documented. Sorry, the font's really small, guys. I don't mean to be stuttering.
Here.
Oh, there we go. Okay. We want to highlight that the interviews released represent only the beginning. Since the initial interviews occurred, new witnesses have come forward, leading to an area of exploration not captured in initial audio recordings. Additionally, follow-up statements have been made based on additional information provided. As the public listens to these initial recordings, we encourage listeners to look deeper than the discussion of the manner of death alone or any decline in mental health. While an accurate determination of death is vital, the more important question is, how does one known for his strength, resilience, and commitment to motivating others reach such a tragic point? What factors and influences contributed to that outcome? I don't know, maybe their marital counselor that was having an affair with his wife could have gotten in his head. Just saying. It is also important for listeners to evaluate the interview process, including the nature of the questions, the absence of key inquiries, and any indication of bias or procedural impropriety, right?
Impropriety. I don't know.
Yeah, when you look at these words, yeah, right. Moving on. For us, hearing the interview from someone once viewed as family, Susie Skinner, was revealing. The misinformation and falsehoods she shared are inexcusable. The ongoing blame shifting and deflection have become increasingly tiresome. We will allow her conduct and performance to stand on its own. Mm-hmm.
Performance is right.
Right. To conclude, my mother and I will be speaking together live on Thursday, May 27th at 7:30 p.m. on the Assure Impact YouTube channel. Our event, The Heart Behind the Headlines, will offer essential context and insight into the purpose of the Justice for Chris Skinner movement. We invite you to join us in truth and awareness. Let's look that up. The Assure Impact channel. Hold on. Assure.
Oh, look at the remaining witness interviews will be made available this week on Fitz News. Here's the
Yeah, they were telling me. Somebody in the chat told me that the interviews are on this channel, Jay.
Yeah, there is a bunch of interviews. Hold on. This is the let's go back. Oops.
Oh man, look how young he was. A car accident. This is why it's so important. You don't let people drive after drinking. They'll often say, I only had 2 beers, I'm fine. You know, I know his accident was years ago before we had Uber and all these other access to easy pickup and, you know, all that stuff. But
let's read these reports and see what they said when they first came on the scene.
And so many people drive distracted now with their cell phones and stuff. They just changed a law where you're not even allowed to touch your cell phone at all. Even if you're at a stop sign, a red light, nothing, nada. And that's the way it needs to be. Because I see so many people not going when the light changes because they're on their phone. Or just yesterday, I was driving with my whatever, and a car like was coming into me, and I, the kid's on his phone, and I'm like, what, whatever. So, yeah. Sorry, let's read.
No, it's okay. When I arrived on scene, the fire department was doing CPR on the victim and getting him ready for transport. Involved other one had approached me. Other one had approached me saying the victim. Yeah, involved other one had approached me saying the victim had a DNR from a living will the victim had done during a trip to Virginia.
Do not resuscitate.
Mm-hmm. I asked involved other one if she could supply us with the paperwork. When involved other one came back, she did not have a form filled out for a DNR.
That's her. That's Susie.
That's her. Susie
Skinner. When I arrived on scene, the fire department was doing CPR on the victim and getting him ready for transport. Involved partner Susie Skinner approached me saying the victim had a do not resuscitate from a living will the victim had done during a trip to Virginia. I asked Susie if she could supply us with the paperwork. When Susie came back, she did not have a form filled out for a DNR.
Jesus.
Involved
other two stated that he was in the area of the pool when he saw the victim out for his normal tour around the neighborhood. Involved other two says the victim approached him about opening the door to the pool for him to enter because he was going to be playing chess with someone.
Who's that?
Involved other two used his key card to open the door and let him in. Involved other two did not follow.
I want to know who was he playing chess with that day.
Mm-hmm.
So
the camera. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
There's one. Okay. Detective Seward was notified and responded to the scene. Sergeant Gibson notified crime scene to respond as well. During that time, before they arrived, someone with the HOA who has access to the cameras arrived on scene and we were able to view them. Do you want to do it?
No, go ahead. No, I thought you were going to keep going.
Well, I can't say camera.
Oh.
This camera.
That doesn't even sound right coming from
I know. The camera shows the victim entering into the pool area and going over to the area where the chess sets are. The victim is then seen with his dog leaving that area and driving around the pool. The victim then stops at a curve in the pool and then suddenly moves quickly forward and goes into the water. Where was the dog, Jay?
I think it was just walking around. I think it was. Yeah.
The victim is seen lifting his head up a few times before the camera cuts to a different time. The camera then shows the fire department responding. The victim is on camera going into the pool at 7:56. Then a member of the fire department jumps in at 8:56.
So an hour.
Wow. So it was the fire
department got him out. I think someone jumped in and they couldn't get him out because it was so heavy.
Yeah.
I think that's what I heard or read somewhere.
You would though fathom that whoever it was would at least kind of stand in the pool and try to keep his face above the water at the minimum, right?
Well, the chair weighed 350 pounds, so he was already he went straight to the bottom.
Yeah, okay. I didn't realize the weight of the seat.
Oh my God. I just can't even. That is like one of my worst fears is to die by drowning. That is
because you're stuck. You're literally, you're dying. Like the panic. You ever jump into the deep end and you can't come up quick enough, especially like when we were younger and stuff, and like you feel like you're just not going to make it. Imagine feeling that way.
Imagine being strapped into a chair.
Oh,
knowing you can't move to get out. Shit.
Right.
That's why I have about that girl that had that panic attack and unstrapped herself.
Mm-hmm. That's why I have one of those things in my car that if anything ever happened, I can cut the belt and break the window. Yeah, man. Hello, Cluminati.
It's actually one of the most painful ways to die.
Oof.
I couldn't even fathom it, to be honest. Nope.
I wonder if that was maybe an excuse too to get into the pool.
That he's playing
The chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
You
the
would think-
wife didn't say anything about him meeting anyone there, right?
And I thought you had said that he did that all the time. Right.
She says that he does it all the time. She did.
Well, it's kind of weird that he would have to ask someone to let him into that area.
Well, Susie said that. She said if there wasn't somebody there that could let him in, he would just sit outside the fence.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. And they also point out there was no one else in the pool area at the time of the incident. Schaefer arrived on the scene to make a copy of the camera footage.
How could they set that up for his chair? Like, if someone did that on purpose,
Mhm.
how could they do it?
That's what I'm having a problem with.
Me
Right.
too. Right.
And I kind of feel like if he was in fact just sitting there for a little bit and then all of a sudden he was just like, okay, you know how like
It was
I don't
actually
know.
quick.
Like
It
getting
says-
up the courage to do it.
Right.
Like
I feel like you would have to pump yourself up to.
But why would he bring his dog with him if that was his intent that day?
I didn't even
loved his
see a dog in the video. Did you?
I
No,
didn't see a dog in the video, but I wasn't looking for one. But I think this report says more about it. I think they go into more detail.
Because what it says right here is the victim is then seen with his dog leaving that area where the chess tables are and driving around the pool. The victim then stops at a curve in the pool and then suddenly moves quickly forward and goes into the water. But the victim is seen lifting his head up a few times. So he didn't go in intentionally because
So
he's
he
trying
didn't
to get
go
out of
straight.
it.
So how long did it take him to sink? I wonder.
Well, the weight of it, I imagine it was immediate. But if they see his head coming up like he's trying to get his head out of the water, you know. Thank you so much, Goody Two Shoes. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Was
I
he
just-
screaming? Was he yelling? Help me!
Right. Was he
I
trying
mean-
to get help? Right. But I can't fathom he would. Oh no, am I crazy? So this is JP Miller recently got married for the third time. The woman he married, he was accused of having an affair with when she was married to this guy, Chris Skinner, who also, allegedly took his own life, just like Mike.
It could just be a natural human thing too, right? So like if you're drowning or whatever, is it nature to try? You know what I mean? Like even though you may want to do it,
Yeah.
your body might be like,
My ex boyfriend's father, well, he's a stepfather. He tried to take his own life, and he put a gun underneath his jaw basically, and unfortunately for him, I suppose, because he had a seizure that caused him to like lose capabilities and all that, so he wanted to take his own life, and he survived it. It went out his eye.
yeah.
But I get what you're saying, but my thing for me is just that I don't see why he would bring his dog when he loved his dog. So like, why would you bring your dog to suffer that day?
Here's Susie's statement from 2021.
Yeah, let's see that.
Arrived on scene and was advised by the fire department that the victim had been transported to the hospital. The victim was wheelchair bound and had been paralyzed for 21 years and only has the use of his neck muscles and biceps. I spoke with the wife of the victim, who advised that his daily routine consists of going to the pool every morning and that nothing was unusual this morning and that he wasn't suicidal. I reviewed video surveillance, which is motion activated. The victim makes entry into the pool with his dog. And then at 7:56, his wheelchair is seen moving towards the water. And then the victim falls in along with his wheelchair, which he is strapped to, and is seen attempting to pull his head up. The victim is underwater for 40 minutes before someone locates him and calls it in. I responded to GSR, where I was advised that the victim was on life support, but he had no brain function. So they got his heart beating again.
Yeah, he died a few hours later at the hospital.
Ugh. Blank, who was the neighbor of the victim, stated that the victim called out to him and asked him if he had a key card to get into the pool, and he let him in. He advised that the victim told him he was meeting someone at the pool to play chess with. He advised that he was unaware who this person was, and to his knowledge, there was no one at the pool. And then I reviewed video footage and observed the victim go into the pool around 7:52. So within 4 minutes, he was in the pool.
Wow.
and make his way towards the back where the chessboard is. The camera cuts off due to motion. At 7:56, the victim is seen making his way towards the pool roundabout where he is observed going into the pool and is with his wheelchair, which he was strapped to. The victim is observed attempting to pull his head up, but is unable to do so. The victim is underwater for 40 minutes. Blah, blah, blah. The wife of the victim advised that he had DNR and DNI paperwork. What's DNI?
Do not
Intubate.
Yeah,
Sorry,
do not
Oh,
rescue,
shit.
do not incubate.
So they did. They put him on life support because she didn't have the paperwork, right?
She didn't have the proof of it.
Yeah, if you don't,
Wow.
they have
So
to
she
do
just
that.
verbally said it.
Yeah.
Yep. And then came back still without the paperwork.
Incubate. Do not incubate.
Wow.
Okay, so this is the sister's statement. They received an email from the sister.
Mm.
Okay, so his sister said his death had been ruled accidental, but blank believes it was a suicide. Blank advised that her brother had been suicidal and had suicidal ideations for a long time.
What?
Wow.
The
Blank,
sister?
yeah, Blank was concerned that police did not speak with his family, but only his wife at the time. She was inquiring why the death had been determined accidental versus suicide, and the coroner had told her they were directed to friends at the church. Oh,
JP
we
Miller.
all know who that is.
But I thought the sister is the reason that she just got pulled back into this.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused because this interview with the sister is 2024, December, when they reopened the case.
Yeah, so she doesn't think he was suicidal now. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. Well, it says here, blank advised blank, the wife of blank, at the time of his death, had told after his death not to mention anything to anyone because blank needed money for the kids. Maybe he wouldn't get money if it was suicide.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Blank advised that just prior to blank's death, blank had reached out to blank advising him of his wife's possible affair with blank.
Say JP Miller.
But then it says here, blank did not have any information other than her brother was suicidal at the time of his death that would require his death investigation to be reopened by police. Blank was advised that the manner of death could be reopened by the coroner and changed, but police dealt with foul play, and there was none determined in this case. Okay, so then January 15th, Detective Reffy was contacted by Sergeant Whitmire to revisit the case. You want to read this one?
Take it for us, Chloe.
I can't see that tiny crap on this phone.
Here.
I started by reading the reports and supplemental reports from detectives to get familiar with the case. I then watched all the videos from evidence.com and listened to the interviews. Sergeant Whitmire had these pieces of evidence re-archived because of the time frame. The evidence was archived. I then spoke with Detective Vigoli, and we scheduled for blank Oriole County Coroner to come to the annex and speak with us on 1/15/2025. We showed her the videos from the incident, and I told her about the interview that we conducted during the time. Blank was to come back to Myrtle Beach Annex on Friday around 900 hours and be present with detectives and call all the family members to her why and what is the reason behind wanting to change the status of death. Okay. Phone interviews will be completed.
Oh,
by
I don't
Friday.
think, I think we got it.
Then Detective Riffy and myself conducted interviews with numerous people throughout the day that had insight into this incident. The schedule of interviews is listed below. All statements provided were very similar and informed us of other insight into this incident. All the interviews were recorded and uploaded into evidence.com. I tried calling blank second attempt to schedule an interview, and she again didn't answer. I left a voicemail during my previous call, and she still has not returned my call. On 1/23/2025, I called blank again, and she didn't answer. After seeing my missed call, she returned my call, and we spoke briefly about this incident. Blank said that I'm sure the Susie, or maybe not. She is the blank and was familiar with blank and blank blank because they were members of the church at the time of blank death.
And
She
blankety
said,
blank.
right. I mean, why are they blanking all of it?
Why do they
of
blank out
Chris's
Chris's? Because he's the
name?
victim, I guess.
I guess.
It doesn't make any
Weird.
Makes no damn
sense.
sense, right? She said she probably told blank sorry for her loss at the time, Susie sorry for her loss at the time, but that they never had any conversations until much later. Blank said she didn't really start to have dealings with blank until after the death of Chris. I mentioned the possibility of a suicide note left by Chris, and then blank said that she had heard rumors of there being one, but she doesn't recall from who. Blank said that she had heard that his death may have been accidental or suicide, but that was just based on people talking. She also suggested I speak with blank to get any kind of clarification and provided me with her phone number. Blank also advised that it's easier to keep up with church members now after the blank incident as their memberships dropped from 300 people to 75.
Oh my God. I love that for them.
Me too. I called blank to schedule an interview. She didn't answer, but I was able to leave a voicemail requesting a call back.
Huh.
Who's not answering? We don't even know. We're just guessing.
Yeah, I can't figure out who that is.
It's a woman,
Oh wait,
obviously.
let's go to the yeah, it doesn't say who.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you.
There's a lot of blankety blanks. Okay, that's
Blank and
it.
blank and blank.
Who was
I
that?
think that's the reporter for this.
Oh.
She has, I know, her picture's like huge.
I know. Like, great big face.
Yeah, I think that's all of that. And then I wanted to go back up and show you guys that video from the dash cam when JP shows up.
Oh, yeah. JP showed up?
JP and Mika.
Oh.
At the pool?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I mean, he's the pastor,
Because
right?
he was the pastor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they
It's
were
not
they were
weird.
they were close, right? I mean,
I'm not religious, so I don't know.
I
what
think
they
he
do.
was well, I think he was screwing her too, right?
Well,
Yeah.
he was, yeah.
But it's kind of interesting because when you see Mika and this Susie, like Susie does not want to hug Mika. It's
Oh, of course. She's sleeping with her man.
right. It's kind of obvious when you see it.
Whose car? Ooh,
That scared me.
never mind.
I
I
didn't
see
audio.
the blue. It's a cop.
I haven't seen this yet. Jesus. Watch out, garbage men. Coming in hot.
I hate the sound.
I know, man. Let me mute it.
Yeah,
Jesus.
please do. Thank you. Oh, gee golly.
I mean, I don't think we need to watch the whole ride.
I mean, it's 20 minutes of a.
I know
we
it's
can do
so
without.
annoying.
Micah,
Nice neighborhood,
yes.
huh?
I wasn't going to correct you, Jay, but it's Micah, not Mika.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I always think about it before I say it, and I always end up saying it wrong.
Wrong, I know, right? Well, I was questioning the other day if there's an H at the end or not. And I'm like, there's not.
Micah,
But I see people say it. What you been up to, Clue?
Nothing.
Nothing. You got your pool ready for the summer?
It's getting there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think they're at the pool.
Me too. This is not my zone. You check that pool.
Oh, I guess we're not at the pool yet.
Well, there's probably more than one.
Yeah, that's why I said check that pool.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe just turn the volume down. Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go. My chihuahua was hating me. I don't know if Micah knew about it, but, you know, Chris did confront them. So far, we just really touched on Susie and JP. I'm sorry, Susie and Chris. Ruin Hell, welcome back. Thank you.
I'm sure Micah knew.
I'm sure too. I'm sure she knew that he was with all
She
the
could have
women.
even confronted him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look at all the nosy people outside. That would be me though. I'm nosy as shit.
That's what I'm saying. When that guy takes a video, I'm like, that don't surprise me.
Well,
People
and
today,
now that you see like the fence where the guy was standing, it's right on the road. He didn't
yeah.
have to, you know, it's not like he had to go down into somewhere to like get to the pool.
It's
He was
still
probably
creepy.
walking by. People
It's
are
still
nosy as fuck, though.
disrespectful. Yeah.
It is. I agree. But I mean, look at
No.
X. You see people on fire and all
You guys
kinds of
see
shit.
this?
They
This
worry
comment?
more about the footage than they do the people they're filming.
That's true.
Right.
That is true. We live in a gross society.
Look at her. She's like, I was going to go swimming. What the
Oh,
fuck's
that's
going
it's a
on?
bathing suit cover. The fisherman who was at the river when Micah died was killed by a car.
Yeah, I know.
That's weird.
It's crazy.
That's weird.
So I'm still confused. I didn't know that she was found in another state. Do we
Yeah.
know why she chose to go to another state?
No,
Nobody
like
knows.
her
Nobody
family.
knows.
Her family said there's no ties to that place. As far as they know, she had never been there.
Nothing on her like electronics that she searched it or. Look at that guy just jogged right in there. They need to get everybody out of that area. What are they doing?
Right.
I want to know where JP lives in relation to this area. Like, how can they be there?
That come up so quick.
Yeah, like if the cops just now getting there, I want to know when he shows up.
Who
If it's
called him?
less than 20 minutes, maybe they live in that subdivision.
I don't know. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Look at Granny coming up in my suggested.
Oh, love
Look
that.
at that.
Girl, I
That's
thought you was
sweet.
talking about that woman walking
Girl,
out the
bye.
pool.
Girl,
Oh, the
bye.
granny walking.
I thought she was talking about
Oh,
that woman.
There's Susie. There's Susie.
Let me see her.
Where?
There
Right
she
here.
is. That's her,
She
yeah.
just came running up. Watch. Jesus, why does it keep pulling that up?
Right. Get me out the way. Yeah,
There she is.
Jogging over like she cares.
I don't
Is
know
that
who
his
this
dad?
dude is.
That
He's
might be his dad.
barefooted.
No,
Was
he
his
looks
dad
like he's
living
not
there
meant
at
to.
the time?
He looks like he's not meant to go in. See how he's kind of shadily walking? Like, oh, like he wasn't sure if he'd be stopped.
Well, was he walking with her?
Kind of appeared that way. Go back a little bit, Jay. Let's see.
Oh, he come from that. Oh, look. She come running from there. He come running behind her.
Oh, girl.
Go back again. Did she come out of that house?
She came
out of
from that
this
yard.
That yard. Where are you coming from, Susie?
Yeah, where were you at, Susie?
Were you across the street from that park the whole time? Because
That
look,
could
no
be.
cars parked there.
Well,
or
hold
anything.
on. That could be their house because didn't it say that a neighbor let him in?
Yeah, that's true. Did
But
it say
I
a neighbor?
thought maybe a neighbor was walking by. I didn't know a neighbor. I didn't realize the context. Like, I didn't
Well,
know
that's
if
what
they
I'm
lived.
saying.
Maybe
It
they
could,
did live right there.
that could be their house, and that's why it says a neighbor asked if he needed in.
But wait a minute. She wasn't home that morning. When did she get home?
Right, not only that, but she would. Don't you think she would have heard all this commotion sooner and come out sooner then?
I'm super confused. If that's their house, wait, we can look on that report. It has their address on it. So we'll look
yeah.
after this.
Okay.
And we'll see on a
Who is
map.
that? That cop acts like he shouldn't have let her in there.
Probably shouldn't have let anybody in, to be quite
Wait,
honest.
let's see the interaction. No, they shouldn't have been letting anybody in there. That lady moseying in her bathing suit.
No, because look,
Right.
she goes in,
She's like,
and then
"All
he's like, "Wait a minute."
It looks like he's telling him.
Oh, he's like, oh fuck, that's the wife. I think
That-
maybe
oh,
that guy
yeah.
said that's her. That's his wife.
Right,
See?
now he's like, oh shit.
He's pointing. That's the wife. He's like, oh fuck. Look at
How
how
does
he
she
goes chasing
even
her.
know? How does she even know it's something with him? That's weird.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just the
Who
fact that she
notified
comes.
her? Where was she that morning? When did she get home?
Maybe it's that guy behind.
But
Look
we
at
don't
all
even.
these golf carts coming out.
We don't even see a
Unbelievable.
car pulling in. To be like, oh, she just got home.
I agree.
I think
Well,
that
there
guy
was
was
a
just
car.
telling them that's the wife.
There was a car that drove through there, wasn't there?
Was there?
I think
Well, I
he's
don't know.
saying it's just the wife too, but I'm saying where the hell she come from? I thought she wasn't home.
Yeah, I'm curious about her morning. Yeah, I mean, in neighborhoods like this, I mean, Gertrude's calling Beatrice. I mean,
Right.
they're all about any kind of ambulance or lights in the neighborhood. Look at this lady. She's got her kid.
Wow. Hey, honey, you want to see a dead body today?
And they don't probably know he's dead, right? They probably just know there was like someone in the pool. Like, I don't know. I just hope I never see nothing like this at my community pool.
Yeah, I'll never be
Freak
able
me
to
the
swim in
fuck
it
out.
again.
Oh, it'd freak me out.
You think that's a kid? I thought that was a woman.
I thought it was a woman and a kid.
I thought it was a woman and a kid. That's a grown ass woman.
Women.
It's two women.
It looks like Bullhorn Betty, don't it?
I thought it was I thought it was like Hong, like as a kid.
Hong as a kid? What?
Like chubby. Yeah, it looked like a chubby boy.
Uh,
Oh,
That
fun.
tracks.
Maybe it's just my lack of good vision. I'm
Yeah, I
old,
want to know where this chick was.
Me too.
Because it looks. She might live on the next road over. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because
She
it
could have
looks
cut
like.
through yards. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a road right there to the right you can turn on.
Yeah, we'll go on Google Maps and check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the ladies.
Why is
They're
everybody
like,
taking their
okay.
shoes off? And there she
Right.
goes, running that way.
Yep. I wonder if this is like the center of the subdivision and there's like that lake and then the pool and if
Oh,
it goes
yeah.
all around.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Look at this. What's this guy doing? Oh, that's the paramedic. My bad. Oh, God. Horrible.
Absolutely horrible.
Horrible.
Horrendous.
Amazing that they got a heartbeat after 40 minutes in the water, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jesus. I almost wouldn't want that because, you're going to be brain dead or here we go. This is where she's standing here. And then now JP's going to pull up. This is her. I don't know who the hell she's talking to.
I once knew of a situation where after 90 minutes they got a heartbeat back and the guy was fine. Why is she holding hands with that man?
That's what I was about to say. She is with that man.
And she doesn't get in the ambulance and ride with her husband.
She's
one
like, come
thing
on,
to
honey.
note.
JP's pulling up. We can't let him see you, too.
Look at, they're running back. They're running back to the house.
Right.
Or wherever.
Oh, sorry. I just hit my mic.
See, I've only seen the clip where JP comes up. I haven't seen this entire thing.
I want to know who that man is now. How many men she got
Okay,
barefoot
he's
in her
coming
house?
back.
He's coming back.
Yeah, he's
I feel like
"Fuck
he's
that."
a neighbor.
Probably.
Why would she grab his hand like that?
I mean, he doesn't have shoes on. I feel like he's a neighbor that came out of his house.
I mean, you're probably not thinking. You know what I mean?
Christ, what if he's the guy that opened the damn gate?
You're
He probably
thinking
feels horrible.
Oh,
You're
I
thinking-
know. You're gonna have to live with that the rest of your life too.
Oh,
That's what I was thinking earlier when you were talking about it. Somebody let the gate open. I'm like, oh my gosh, if you would just sit there and go, like if I wouldn't have done that.
right?
yeah. Even though it's definitely not his fault, but
Not by any
Yeah.
means.
that's still, I mean, you'd have that on your mind for sure.
He'll still feel that way.
I don't think that was the guy that was filming, but we can go back and check.
That one that she was running with?
Yeah.
No, different outfit.
That's her boo thing.
Imagine you like it is a neighbor and they were having an affair.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And she
know.
knew JP was coming, so she's like, come on, we gotta hide you too. I just don't like her.
These hoes ain't loyal.
They ain't loyal.
Wait, who is that? Oh, just random. Looky loos.
I have like the worst cramps today.
Okay, so now they're all around her over here at the end of the driveway. He's still in the damn ambulance.
That noise is annoying. That ding.
Granny.
Isn't it though?
Funny that guy who filmed it wouldn't come back and talk, as he was, kind of a witness to the guy being in the water.
Right.
That's what I said, though. He may have had to go to work or,
Yeah. And they ain't in no hurry either with that ambulance.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Bad. Okay, now we can kind of see where they're at. Is that their
come
house
on.
right there?
I'll keep you posted.
Wait,
Where's JP?
Yeah, I thought he was coming.
Let's see what this guy says.
No, they weren't even on scene yet. They came in, he was already here. But it appears, I'm going to go pull the cameras right now. As far as, I'm going to go view the video footage right now, so. I'll keep you posted.
Mm.
Oops. Do you mind if I skip forward?
No.
All these people getting on their bikes.
It's the life down there, man. I'm telling you, every day is vacation.
Right? Where's Susie Q? She even go to the hospital?
She's telling them do not resuscitate.
No, she didn't go to the hospital because JP comes. That's right. Let me see.
Granny.
It's driving me crazy. Now it's going to do it more, right? Ay, ay, ay.
They gotta live close if you can see JP on this footage.
I'm with you.
Well, what
Or
the
maybe
hell?
maybe they're just showing his truck.
How is that not the JP thing? Hold on.
Oh, now I'm paying attention to it. Damn it.
Hold on, little girl. Show me what he's done to you.
Well, that's weird because there was a short clip of JP coming up and hugging them.
It's true. It's true.
Hugging them?
Or hugging her.
Huggy wuggy.
It appears, I'm going to go pull the cameras right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to find that.
It appears I'm going to go pull the cameras right now.
Granny. You might have ADD, girl.
I'm over here shopping on Amazon. I'm not even going to lie to you guys.
I believe that.
I'm glad you trust me. I'm trying to clear
here
out
it
my
is.
save for later list.
Oh, girl, I was doing that
She's
yesterday.
with that man there.
Some of this shit clue is like, why do I even have this on
Okay,
here?
it's right here.
Same.
This item is like increased by $47. What?
Where's JP? I don't see him.
He's coming.
Show yourself to us, JP.
No.
No!
Susie
fucking
does
answer
not
me.
go in the ambulance. Again.
I said, show yourself to me,
I
JP,
know.
and it said no. What the fuck?
Okay, here it is.
Oh, that's him. Okay. I see
Found
him.
them. We got them.
Yep, there they are.
Oh, yeah.
And
Where are
Micah.
they coming from?
Now,
Oh, the
I
red
want you to
truck.
look at the time when it comes back in frame.
Yeah.
Just
They
tell
get
us
out
the
of that
time,
truck.
sir.
She was so pretty, Micah.
Oh my God, naturally gorgeous. And look, she's jogging to keep up with his gross ass. Same thing he does to her now. To the new wife.
Her
I know, it
husband
sounds like a
is
submarine.
dying.
That's not Micah's husband.
The reactions.
Oh. Look, Micah's actually concerned. JP just keeps walking away from Micah. She turned towards him for comfort. You see that? Look, she's beside herself.
Yeah, she is. I think Susie comes out in a
Look how
second here.
beautiful Micah. I mean, Micah, gosh, she was beautiful. Oh, I see Eric Jasper as an idea. Oh, no. You know what I love? JP now has like a big belly, and I love that for him. I knew that noise was coming again.
Here comes Susie.
Oh, here she comes.
She's lifting her hands in the air. And she has no interest in hugging Micah.
Unless she turns around and hugs JP, then I wouldn't take that. You know what I mean? It's like one of those moments where like your mind's everywhere.
Yeah.
Micah's such a beautiful woman, though. She really is. Oh. Plus, we give hugs for ourselves, not for others, to be quite honest.
According to multiple people that I spoke with, Micah had zero clue of the alleged affair at the... Susie Skinner was put into a leadership role, I believe in the youth ministry at the church, which is fine, I understand. But then the three of these people, those three right there, go on a ski trip together with the children.
Oh.
John Paul's kids and Susie's kids.
That's
those
weird.
Three, just weeks later.
Not knowing they were having an affair, that's so grimy for Micah. Like she didn't know.
I mean, they didn't even hug each other.
Right.
Why was this ruled an accident?
Because it looks like one, sir. We may not like it, but it looks like an
was
accident.
Susie not at the hospital some 40 plus minutes later?
That I agree
Because she
with.
waited for them.
She waited for JP?
That's what I think. Because she's getting in and going with them.
Where are they going?
To the hospital.
Oh. Sure.
He ain't even hot.
I think he is. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's very
Ew.
good looking. I
Ew.
mean, you guys know he's not because
JP?
we know what he's done, but you can't
Ew.
tell me he wasn't good looking before knowing what he did.
I don't think he's good looking at all.
No?
I don't.
No.
Oh, I know how I can see how he can.
I don't have a
smooth the
problem
ladies.
saying people that did bad things are nice looking. Because I think
Right.
Chris Watts was nice looking. But I
Yeah.
don't think JP is good looking at all.
Yeah,
I just think it's his attitude, like his aura. He seems like a cocky son of a bitch, and I don't like that.
I like
I
the
don't-
cocky son of a bitches.
I
to
don't
be
think he's got
honest.
anything to be cocky about. I think that's what makes him look like a douche.
Right, that's what I'm saying, right? Like it's, I don't know. It's just,
Yeah, I get what you guys are saying.
He's just not my type.
I think his ears are too big for his head too. That bothers me.
Is that what it is?
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's pretty good looking.
Many of us here in Myrtle Beach feel JP and his new bride had something to do with her husband's death as well as Micah's opinions,
Yeah.
of course.
I just don't. So I know it's not going to be a popular opinion, but I don't know how you would be able to arrange that. Like that chair obviously made it all the way to the pool,
Right.
inside the pool, driving around the pool, and it didn't have any issues, right? So how would you make it malfunction right when he's sitting at the water? I can't.
I get it.
Oh, I have a video I want to play for you. Oop, I want to play this really quick. This is a news report about his family speaking about the new evidence.
She had a
Brown in
remote.
2021 is
That's what I was
speaking
about to
only
say.
to News 13 after
What
the
if there
Horry
was a
County
remote?
Coroner's Office says it now has new evidence related to his death. Thank you for joining us at 11. I'm Edward Moody.
And I'm Trish Williford. We've learned this case also has ties to Myrtle Beach pastor John Paul Miller, who's gained national attention since his wife's suicide last April.
News 13's Adriana Lawrence has followed this story closely. She joins us in the studio and tells us why the family is speaking out more than 3 years later and what led officials to take a second look. Adriana.
Well, Trish, Edward, at the time, the coroner's office ruled 40-year-old Chris Skinner's death as an accident. The family says they never questioned what investigators found. But recent events in the last year have made not only the family raise questions, but outsiders as well.
When the police were doing their investigations on the scene, they were told certain things. And now there's been acknowledgement that some of those things are inaccurate.
Chris Skinner, an Army veteran, was paralyzed from the neck down after a car crash when he was just 20 years old. He soon after became a motivational speaker and author. But in the morning of September 6, 2021, police reports state Skinner went to the community pool to meet someone for a game of chess. While strapped in his wheelchair, surveillance video shows he fell into the pool and was there for about 40 minutes before first responders pulled him out. The police report goes on to say the video shows him trying to pull his head up. It goes on to say Chris's wife, Susie Skinner, tried to produce a do not resuscitate form, but the form was not filled out, so Chris was taken to the hospital where he was later pronounced dead. Dashcam video News 13 obtained shows who Chris's family says is John Paul Miller and his late wife Micah with Susie at the scene. According to a recent testimony in court, Susie says she's known John Paul since 2019 and is now his girlfriend. John Paul is also being investigated by the FBI. Chris's sister, Tamara McDermott, tells us Chris attended church at Solid Rock Church, where John Paul was the pastor, and didn't have positive feelings towards him.
About 4 to 5 months prior to his passing, he did talk a lot about the pastor of that church. He did stop going to church there. He would talk openly to, me, my family, close friends of his, and others about why he was distancing himself from the church.
McDermott couldn't say why Chris had those feelings, but a 2024 affidavit filed by John Paul's ex-wife, Allison Williams, states John Paul began a sexual relationship with another woman whose husband later drowned. It goes on to say the woman's husband confronted John Paul 2 weeks prior to his drowning. McDermott says Chris's funeral was held at John Paul's church, Solid Rock. She adds, following Micah's death, many people began to question what really happened to Chris.
And that caused, frequent speculation all over media sources, social media sources, and that caused just people to put a lot of phone calls into the Myrtle Beach police, the coroner, on a regular reoccurring basis.
What people began to question was what McDermott calls inconsistent information. In police reports News 13 obtained, it states his wheelchair was seen moving towards the pool and falls in. But the coroner's report states Chris appears to have gotten too close to the pool edge, causing the wheel to slip and then fall in. The coroner's report also states an autopsy wasn't done, statements were not taken, and nothing was filed under witnesses or from the death scene.
Autopsy. Of course, if the coroner has made a decision to reopen investigation, and of course her release statement, I believe that there is means to say that it was going to be potentially something other than an accident.
So that's something that's being looked into, an alternative than an accident, at least being looked into.
Yes, correct.
Now, we've reached out to the coroner's office to ask why a few items were not filed and if this is typical for accidental drowning cases. Count on News 13 as we work to learn more.
I mean, nobody else finds it weird that she had an unsigned do not resuscitate form sitting there.
Right,
It's
right.
fucking weird.
There's red flags all over it.
Right.
But now it makes sense. So his sister's questioning it because of the John Paul Miller thing.
Right. Well, of course.
And good
because
for people calling and keeping this on the minds of investigators. I mean, for real.
Well, they just discovered the affair was happening, right? Like his family just discovered that. We know what happened with Micah. Now it's like, well, wait a minute. What are the odds that these two people that were having an affair, both their partners, take their own lives? Like something's going. I would feel the same way.
Mm-hmm.
What's really going on here?
Here's his chair, you guys. Yeah, it can be operated remotely via Bluetooth
Say,
with an app on a phone. Look at
and they're right across the road. I mean, come
right
on.
here. It weighs 330 pounds and can be operated by means of remote or via Bluetooth with an app on a phone. That changes everything for me. That's how it could be done.
Right across the street.
Now we need to look up their address.
Yeah, let's stalk these bitches. Get them, Jay.
Where was...
Oh, my God.
Stalk. It's blacked out there, but where is... Okay, 1145 Yorkshire Parkway. That's the pool. See, their address is blanked out. But let's do this. 1145. If you guys can find their address, then we can see how far it is from the pool.
I'm not good at things like that.
Here's their subdivision. It's pretty big. Look at, there's 3 lakes.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
That is a big subdivision.
What's her name? Susie what?
Susie Skinner.
Skinner. Skinner. And then it's Susie. C-I, right?
Suzie.
Yeah.
So is this where they were? Right here.
Wouldn't it show if it was Bluetooth moved at that point? Do they do that with wheelchairs the way they do with like everything else?
Well, they didn't even do an autopsy. So did they? Yeah, that's a good question. Did they, analyze the chair to see if there was any like defect or any kind of connection to a Bluetooth?
Uh-huh.
I think this is where it was, right here. Because remember, the lake was in the background. And this is the house they were at, I think, right here. Because JP parked right here on this road.
Hey, Pink Bow Birdo, this is called true crime discussions. This is exactly what you do. They're not missing. So what are you even talking about? You'll then information of these missing victims, then harassing them later. So
Just
we're going to give out the information.
They don't even know what they're
victims.
Obviously, they're not even listening. So.
And then harass them later. That sounds so interesting. I don't know how one could harass a missing victim, but let me know when you figure it out, Birdo.
I think it's 1537 Beaumont Way.
Okay.
Good job, Clue. Good job.
BEAUMONT?
Yeah. Maybe. I'm trying to find the pool. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Got it?
Yeah, that's it. 1537 Beaumont Way. If you
Okay.
turn on the satellite image.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
a
then
1 minute
yeah.
drive to the pool.
Sure looks like she came from her house.
Yeah. So right across the street.
I still want to know her whereabouts that day.
She came out of the dang house, it looked like. So it seems like she was right there.
Wonder if she still lives here.
Probably not. She's living with JP. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's
Right.
probably living with him.
Probably hiding.
Is he
Cowards.
kids from the first marriage? I
I
didn't
don't
know.
know. That's a good question. None of the kids were at their wedding. None.
That guy said that they all went on a ski trip with his kids and her kids. I didn't know he had them.
Shortly after the husband died, so that was years ago. That's when Micah was still alive. At that time, yes, he had his kids. Yeah.
I think if both of their spouses committed suicide, if they actually did both, do that, I feel like they were mentally pushed that way.
Right.
I mean,
like, what are the
if he was
odds?
being neglected, I mean, what do you think's going to happen? You make
Yeah.
someone miserable enough. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, she literally admitted that he was up all night because he couldn't sleep because she forgot to give him his medication. But yet she's laying right there with him, next to him, and doesn't realize, like, hey, what's wrong? You can't sleep? Like, oh my God, I forgot to give you your medicine.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
it
but I
doesn't
wouldn't.
make sense.
I wouldn't pay no 500,000 for that place. That seems expensive to me to be so close to your neighbors.
Well, I think because the area, right? Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, it's the type of areas.
Look how
and
close
yeah,
they are to the water.
right.
The beach is right here.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, Lazy Wolf. I forgot he was rated. Yep.
See, I don't know about any of that stuff.
Oh,
But
about his
isn't
house
he-
being raided?
Yeah, isn't he like suspected in like messing around with underage girls? Isn't that
yeah.
what the FBI's investigating him for?
Women have come forward with complaints of, inappropriate behaviors and all of
So,
that. Yeah.
I guess that says a lot about Susie. The fact that she would marry someone who's under investigation for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure she's brainwashed, but I mean,
I don't think this woman's had morals for a very long time, if you ask me.
no, apparently not. So how long do you think they've been having an affair?
Long enough that the husband finally heard of it and confronted them 2 weeks before his.
So 2021, and when did Micah die?
2023.
Is it Micah?
Micah.
Okay, so 2 years after. Wow. A lot can happen in 2 years after your husband dies and you're having an affair, and the affair still is married.
Right after Micah's death, they're out seen together, laughing and having a good old jolly time eating.
Oh, they said it was 2024 she died.
2024,
April.
thank you. And yeah, I guess it was the beginning of 2024. Yeah.
So 3 years they could have been carrying on.
Yeah.
And now they're married. Yeah.
How do we know Chris confronted him? Because he told people.
And he stopped going to the church and everything because of it. Yeah.
And then she has his funeral there. Wow. I mean,
and he's
wow.
and he speaks. He hosts the funeral.
Knowing that your husband didn't like him. I mean,
Right.
come on.
It's the ultimate disrespect. Yeah.
To the bitter end,
And he was also their marriage counselor too, which makes it even more, JP could have gotten in his head easily. He's the marriage counselor.
Yeah. And I mean, this dude had to feel like, no pun intended, his hands were tied.
Right.
How awful. What a horrible position to be in.
Absolutely. It's a nightmare. And what a nightmarish way to go, too. I mean, I can't think of a worse way.
My question is, Granny, when they found out this was reopened in December, right? And then they did all these interviews again. And then we just read that they closed it in March, but they're giving the info to the FBI. Do you think that when JP and Susie heard it was closed in March, they were like, woohoo, we're in the clear. Now we can get married?
Well, I think they got married because they heard that the FBI's investigating it. So now husband and wife, they can try to pull the whole you can't testify against your wife thing.
That would be like Chris Watts marrying NK after.
Yeah. Who made an appearance not too long ago at a funeral. People caught her there.
Yeah, I saw that.
She looks exactly the same except for a few weight gain. That was it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's why they got married, if I'm being honest. I mean, obviously, I don't know, but why all of a sudden they get married? They've been together for years. It was 13 months after Micah passed that they got married. So, I don't know. What do you think of that, Clue?
I do find it odd that both of their exes are now dead.
Right.
Like, that's the part that's like, really?
Like, what's going on here?
It's like Vallow. It's like Chad Daybell, and he kills his wife. She kills her husband.
Mm-hmm.
And even
then
the
they get married.
even the guy that was fishing, right? Like,
right, him dying too?
Can you pin Robat's super chat?
Oh, yeah. Let me see. I was on the other screen. I apologize.
No, you're okay. I just
He all
don't know
showed a
about this
video
video.
JP freaking out on his ex-wife's front lawn. Yeah. Apparently he took a bunch of painkillers and pretty much became like a maniac.
You're kidding.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
Thank you, Robat, for your super chat. I know that is a nice picture of you guys, Clue.
thank you.
You welcome. Hildebrand was boinking the wife too. Oh yeah, that's another one. The Ruby Frankie shit.
Oh, yeah.
God.
Here it is. You ready?
Yes.
JP. You alright, man?
The fuck?
You okay?
What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
He's like a toddler. What is he laying there for?
It's his ex-wife's lawn. And I think he left the hospital after taking it and got narcotics or something. So he's under, substance
So he
of
drives
narcotics.
to his exes?
Yeah, apparently.
I've never seen this, no.
Huh? You okay? What's the matter? Huh? What's the matter?
I love that this guy's recording it.
I switched my medication. Makes me go crazy. Is somebody helping you?
Is somebody helping you? He's laying on the grass and this guy's like, is somebody helping you?
Who's recording this?
I don't know. The guy, but he just said, I switched medications and it's making me crazy. And the guy's like, oh, is somebody helping you?
Is he drooling and crying?
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was going to see Jesus. I thought I was going to see Jesus.
Okay.
Okay.
But you got Mark coming? Somebody called him, I think. Okay. I'm going to invite me. So, because ants bite me everywhere.
The ants are biting me
Is your
everywhere.
medication something they gave you?
Yeah.
You want me to make sure Mark's coming? But somebody's called him, right? Okay. All right.
Oh yeah, Granny, he's hot.
Hey, JP,
Chloe, we all have moments. Knock it off.
His voice,
Knock
he
it
sounds like that weepy voice killer when he called 911. I just killed this girl.
It's like my medication is making me crazy.
Holy
Well,
shit.
did he live there with Micah ever?
At this this is his ex-wife that he has the kids with. The property. That
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's on her front lawn right now.
Man, act like this.
Yeah. He's under some substances, obviously.
The inner child came out for sure. Holy fuck, that voice. That's the funniest shit I ever heard. I love this for him.
I like how much the guy recorded just really doesn't give a shit. He's just
Yeah,
here
like
for
that's
the
such a long video, dude. You're
I
not even
know.
halfway through.
Can we watch that part again? Rewind just like 20 seconds.
The guy's not even helping him either. He's just straight up just keeps recording. Like, is anybody coming?
He's not concerned at all.
No, he knows this is perfect.
Oh.
All right, here.
How'd the guy know him?
Look at his face.
Probably his ex-neighbor or something.
So he
Yeah,
did
because he
used
said,
to
is
live
Mark
here?
coming or something? He's like, is Mark coming?
Yeah, I think the neighbor called him.
Yeah, maybe he did live there with her, right?
Flo sent you a super chat. Headed to buy new clothes 2 sizes down. Take my money. I hate shopping. Hell, I love
I know
shopping.
that's a horrible complaint, Flo.
Right, 2 sizes down. I mean, oh man, I feel sorry for you.
You go,
That's
Flo.
awesome.
Who hates shopping?
I know. I don't know.
I know I
Flo.
don't. I'll
I
go
know I
shopping
don't
for you,
either.
Flo.
I mean, you just see my save for later list on Amazon alone. It's ridiculous. All right, let's see.
What,
My
you want me to
daughter
make sure
asked me to
Mark's
fake
coming?
bomb.
But somebody's called him, right? Okay. All right.
He's like, all
The
right.
guy's
good.
like, bye.
Hey, JP. I think Mark is coming. I had him try to get in touch with him again to make sure. Is that okay? Huh? Ants fight me. There's ants all over me. There's ants on you? There's no ants on you, though. It's just...
I love how the guy walks away at 1.83. Here's Mark's coming. He just walks away.
I know. He's like, Mark's on his way.
Yeah, bye. And then he comes back over later.
He's still gripping the fucking earth.
There's ants on him, Jay.
He's gripping the fucking earth, literally.
Oh.
The angle
You
is
know, maybe
perfect.
that's how you feel, but
I
there's none
know.
on you. There's none on the grass.
I just want to see Jesus.
What kind of medicine do they have you
Throw him in
on?
the pool.
All right, well, somebody's going to come.
Look at
Okay.
his left arm.
I know. I love this.
Fucking drama king.
Did he pass out?
No, look at him. He's moving his body.
He's grasping for air.
He's twitching.
Oh my gosh.
Mark's coming.
Mark's coming. Bye, bro.
Who's Mark? Does Mark come in this video?
I don't know. I forget. It's been so long.
Holy shit. Where's his ex-wife? Is she just inside?
She sent this guy out.
Do I need to call 911? Do I need to call the medics?
I want it to happen quickly. Oh. I think it took him in bed.
I want to be with a bunch of dudes.
It's getting on my head now. I mean, come on. He wants to see Jesus and his kids. He's a family guy. Ooh.
Oh, fuck, that's funny.
Oh, and play sports with them.
Yeah, we got somebody coming. You want some water or anything? You want some water? Yeah, he said okay if you got a little bottle of water.
I do. He sounds like a walrus.
Look how red his face is.
I know.
I don't know.
He's
I
feeling
think
it.
they changed his medication or something, he said. And he said, like, ants was crawling on him and stuff. So I got some atonement. Okay.
Door is still
Yeah.
open, too.
I know. This is freaking wild.
I'll go across the street. Back over here. Oh, okay. So, well, let me know if I can do anything. Okay, I think he's. Okay. Here's some water, JP. You want some water?
You've always taken care of me.
You want to try to sit up? You want to try to sit up, or you want to put it to your mouth, or what? I'll be out in a few minutes if you need anything. Okay.
Oh, like, bye.
Get yourself together, boy.
Is that enough? You want more?
That's good. That's good.
He still don't sit up.
He's a nut.
I can't stop making noises in the morning when I wake up.
How embarrassing.
If Mark can't make it quick, you want me to get your mom over here?
Your mama. Your mommy. What did he say there? I don't want my mom at the church. They're crazy there. Let's see.
Mark can't make it quick. You want me to get your mom over here?
I don't want my mom anywhere. They're
Near
jerks.
their. Thought he said in the
Near
church.
the church.
They're weird there.
Play it again.
Yeah, listen close.
Mark can't make it quick. You want me to get your mom over here?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I don't want my mom anywhere near there. They're jerks.
They're crazy. Yep.
Oh, I heard church. I'm with
I
Greg.
I heard
church.
jerks.
But did
I
you
heard
hear
jerks.
jerks because it told you to hear it? Because I had the caption on. I should turn that off. Here, listen again.
I wasn't even looking at this.
I wasn't looking either.
Do it
Okay.
one more time.
Yeah, let's hear it again.
Make it quick. You want me to get your mom over here?
I can hear both.
I
Yeah,
do
I
hear
can.
both too. But I
Yeah.
hear they're jerks. They're crazy. Does he get along with his parents? His mom?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't want my mom anywhere near those jerks. They're
Hmm.
crazy. Or I don't want my mom anywhere near that church. They're crazy. Yeah, I can literally hear both.
But they're not going to church.
But
he
he keeps
doesn't know
saying
where the fuck he is
he's
right now.
going, right. He keeps saying he wants to see Jesus.
They said something about he went somewhere and got on different medicine or something, and it's making him crazy.
Was he in the hospital for something?
That's
no.
what, yeah, that's what he says on an interview. He's confronted about it, and he says they gave him like Percocet or something, and
Man, hell no. He's tripping is what's going
Right.
on.
That's what I'm thinking. He's got ants all over him.
Yeah, that boy's been eating
Mhm.
mushrooms. Get the hell out
Yeah,
of here.
no, how do you know it's mushrooms?
I'm assuming.
Well, I
Oh
mean,
my God.
prescriptions
Could be
can
acid.
do that. I mean,
He sounds like
prescriptions can fuck people
he
up.
sounds like a balloon they're letting the helium out of a little bit at a time.
He does. Or like he sucked in helium.
It does. That's hysterical. How attractive for the ex-wife. She's like, oh fuck.
You're the one that said he was hot. Me and Jay were like, mm-mm.
We all have our moments, but I hear a man that wants to see Jesus and his children. It's sweet.
Oh, it's Craig.
Yeah.
Kick her off the stage.
I wonder if he
please.
saw him disappear in his dreams too.
Kick him off the stage. All right, let's finish out this weirdo.
Oh, you told him I didn't get on medication, and this is what it does.
Give that man a
I
binky.
can't sleep. I can't do nothing.
I can't do nothing.
I feel like I hit some eyes. Can't open up my eyes.
I can't open my eyes.
How do you drive there?
I know, right?
How do we know he's not faking?
I think he's faking. I don't know how you can drive a car in that condition.
I mean,
Would
he
you
doesn't even
fake-
sit up to drink water.
Would you fake something so humiliating though?
I mean,
Like
if
the
you
guy
wanted
has any
pity,
shame, dude. Yeah.
In
if
front
you
of your
wanted,
ex-wife's house?
That guy's like the epitome of a man baby.
if you wanted people to
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
sorry for you, maybe.
Right. Okay. I can see it. Yeah.
You're in the hot seat. Yeah, you'll
Right.
pretty much do anything. Desperate
Yeah, it's
times
pretty
call
pathetic.
for desperate measures, right?
Right. Yeah, he's pathetic one.
See, Come on Vacation says it. In her opinion, this is performative.
Now,
Yeah.
Robat, I do think I did see that video of him announcing her death to the church. I did see that. That's one I
Yeah.
did see.
In this video, though, he knows he's being recorded too, right? So, like, as the local pastor out on your ex-wife's lawn, acting like that, I don't know.
What's the date on that? Like, when was that after? Like,
It
what
came.
point?
It came out after Milla, but Mike, I'm sorry. Vince pushed the saga onto the national stage. It was posted on social media by Ty Langerbeam of Myrtle Beach.
Was this like when he was in the hot seat when people were protesting the church and stuff? Was this in the midst of all that?
It came out after the whole Micah situation, so I don't know at what time frame it was actually.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it wasn't that same when he was, all those people were hanging out outside the church and protesting his ass.
Yeah,
It
I think it
before
was around then.
Did he see his kids?
Yeah, he was part of
Okay.
their lives. Mm-hmm.
I just read something on his ex-wife yesterday. I think it was on the Daily Mail or something. I'd never seen her, but she's like his age. He actually,
she was appropriate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, didn't they were together, and then didn't he meet
She was the
Micah
babysitter, right?
Yeah,
in the youth group?
Yeah, Micah was in the youth group at the church, but my understanding is she also babysat for them.
Oh. Which is not strange. I used to do that when I was younger. Like I would babysit for
Like Katie did for Seth's uncle or whatever.
Yeah, for like people in the church. Like if they wanted to go out at night, I would go babysit. So
Yeah, but did you ever end up dating the pastor?
Right.
No.
Yeah, he's a slob. He's an absolute slob.
So this is all coming because of his ex-wife. This is all coming out because of her.
It's all coming out because of Micah. Because this was after Micah took her life.
Yeah.
And then people started, pointing out all the flaws.
I'm talking about his first wife. She filed emergency court documents last month.
Oh, she did?
About I'm reading it right here. This just came out 2 days ago.
Oh.
So the ex-wife filed emergency court documents late last month, alleging he had multiple minor victims. The documentation filed on May 28th included graphic and disturbing new allegations against Miller. The new filing comes from family court in Horry County. Attorneys for Miller have denied claims he abused his second wife and groomed her. In the new filing, first wife Allison Williams made similar allegations, fighting to gain custody of their 2 teenage children. She
It's so
wants
wild
custody
you
of the
guys
kids.
say that. It's so wild you guys say Horry County. I've never heard anyone say it like that. It's crazy.
Somebody in the
Here,
chat
this is-
corrected us.
Yeah, we were corrected. We said Horry, and then they told us it was Horry.
Horry.
Yeah, that's how I've always said it, Horry County.
Granny, can you pull that up?
Yes.
So there's the ex-wife.
Wow, she looks like Micah.
Doesn't she? I'm
That's
like, wow,
weird.
he traded her in for a younger version.
That's weird.
Oh, yeah, they do look alike.
I'm going to run to the restroom.
Yeah, he traded her in for a younger version. but she's the one that's filing these documents. Okay, so that includes, Granny was right. That includes an affair with Micah that began while she worked as a nanny for Miller and Allison's kids after meeting at his church in the Market Common. The filing also alleges that Miller regularly hired prostitutes and was sexually inappropriate with several underage female members of Solid Rock. Okay, so he has to complete a psychological and parental fitness exam. We separated after I learned he was having an adulterous affair with our former nanny. He told me that in addition to his affair with Micah, he employed prostitutes and had been sexually inappropriate with several underage females. Why would he tell her that?
I was going to say, he told her all that?
And then she says he blamed his immoral sexual behaviors on the sexual abuse he experienced for years by his father, Wayne Miller. The church requested that Miller enroll in an extensive sexual addiction program. However, despite him promising me that he would, to my knowledge, that never happened. And the affair tore our personal and church family apart. She was married to him for 16 years. Oh, here's the damn filing. Oh, shit. Damn. He just is getting it one after the other, huh? After JP informed me he had been inappropriate with minor female members of our church and disclosed me the identity of the girls, I immediately contacted them to encourage them to come forward. Although they each shared with me detailed accounts, they were too scared of JP to make a police report. Oh, shit. She knows who it is. If they come out. Without the testimony of the victims, there was little else I could do to prove what JP had done and ensure he was held accountable. I began to realize the power JP seemed to have over leaders and officials in our community. And based upon having limited proof, there was no way for me to ensure JP was held accountable. I decided the best way for me to protect our children was to reach an agreement that contained terms I believed would ensure their safety and encourage him to seek treatment.
Wow.
Wow, look at this. Micah didn't have a close relationship with her mother. And to some degree, I took her under my wing as an older daughter. I taught her to drive, took her to get her driver's license, allowed her to care for our children, shared family meals together in our home, provided her guidance and advice, and she began working in the church.
But my thing is, how long? Like, so she just filed these papers, you're saying?
Yep.
So she sat on the fact that he was a pastor abusing these young girls for years?
No, she tried to get them to come forward and they wouldn't. And she said without the witnesses coming forward, there's nothing she could do. What's she going to do? Can't force them to come forward.
Make an anonymous report or something, tell their parents. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind. I mean, she's obviously weird. She was married to him for 16 years.
It's actually really sad that, it takes a tragedy. It takes a very young, beautiful, bright, amazing woman's life to be taken before people speak up.
And then she says here, JP would preach sermons on the Sundays. Our children were with him and present in the congregation, disparaging Micah and indicating she had mental health issues, eventually putting her in a mental hospital. The children were subjected to JP calling Micah crazy one day, and then her being back in the home at their next visit with their father, assuring them she was fine. They never knew what to expect, and the intense unpredictability and marital discord between JP and Micah negatively impact them all. She's worried about her kids.
Well, of course.
On one occasion, while picking up our daughter, I observed holes in their walls, hinges off the doors, and pieces of paper taped to the wall with negative affirmations about Micah. JP told me and our children that Micah was delusional and speaking different languages and seeing things that were not there. JP agreed it was not safe for our children to be in his home. And for health struggles, the thought of JP having access to guns in the home terrified me for the safety of our children.
Wow.
It was about this time JP began declining to pick up our children for visits, informing me that his mental health was not well enough for him to share time with them. Of course, given the circumstances, I would have refused to let them go. However, it being his idea, it made it easier and safer. One evening, JP informed me that Micah had a breakdown and was on her way to my house and requested me to hold her when she arrived because he had the police coming. It was my understanding that Micah was trying to get away from JP because he was trying to ever commit it again. Our children were home and once again subjected to this severe discord. Micah began calling me for advice on how, can you imagine being in this woman's shoes?
Nope.
On how to free herself from JP and for guidance as to counselors and people to assist her. I prayed with Micah and did all I could to provide her with sound advice and guidance. Micah shared information with me about the things my children were exposed to while in the care of JP and warned me that my children were in danger. I have several recordings and text messages that verify this information, and it causes me tremendous concern about the safety and welfare of our children while in the care of JP, especially now that Micah is no longer present.
It's like when he stopped having the children come over, he was isolating Micah from anybody that could see the abuse that he was inflicting.
Mm-hmm. So she wants him to undergo a psych eval and a parental fitness eval, and then she wants the visitation changed. She says, based on information and belief, JP's mental health and deviant sexual addictions have only worsened since the time we were married, and I do not believe the children are safe in his care.
Wow.
Look at this. Since Micah's death, I have requested that JP not see our children. Initially, I was okay with phone calls and texts. However, when recently texting with them, JP has inappropriately discussed the current state of events with them, sharing his plans of suing everyone and being a millionaire. Our children do not need to be subjected to any discussion about the current situation. I'm doing all I can to prevent them from being exposed to the massive social media and coverage. Our children are highly upset and do not wish to have contact with their father, which at this time I strongly believe is in their best interest. My goal is not to keep the children from their father permanently, but until such time he can undergo adequate psychological testing, following all recommendations, blah, blah, blah.
I guess that's why they weren't at the wedding.
Right?
Wow.
That's pretty much it.
And when was this filed?
Look at what she attached. Here's her exhibits. Flash drive. Video of minor child fighting against visitation with father. Video of father admitting to suicidal ideations. Use of lithium. Mental health issues.
What is lithium?
A drug that's given to like overactive people, I think.
Oh.
I thought it was
Voicemail
like a
from
mood thing.
a
Like
mood alter or something.
stabilizer.
Oh, maybe it is. A mood stabilizer.
Isn't it used in like people with maybe bipolar?
Oh, bipolar. Oh, you're right. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
okay.
wrong. I was wrong. Bipolar disorder.
Wow.
A voicemail from Micah to plaintiff seeking guidance and evidencing severe emotional turmoil with defendant. Social media posts regarding admissions by defendant, evidencing mental health concerns and instability. Social media posts regarding affidavits issued by Micah Miller's family. Text messages from Micah Miller's mother to plaintiff seeking help from plaintiff. Group messages, about their visitation. Text message from defendant to plaintiff of his son's mugshot from his first relationship and evidencing children being exposed to more strife in our life.
Wow.
Oh my God. Listen to
Them
this
poor
one.
kids.
Number 13. Text message from cell phone of party's minor child to Micah Miller that were actually from the defendant, evidencing how defendant put children in the middle of his marital affairs. Note, the minor child did not write these messages. They were done by defendant acting as though he was the minor child to attempt and persuade Micah to come home.
What?
Wow.
What a sociopath.
Mm-mm.
Ew.
What a manipulator, man.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, shit. They got the exhibits.
Oh, do they? Wow.
Okay, so this is Micah's mom. Allie, I'm begging you as one mother to another, please talk to me. I love you. I pray for you often. Please call me. Please. I promise no one will know we spoke. I'm concerned for the safety of my daughter.
Now
I'm
we all know.
asking, begging you not to let JP know I've reached out to you. He will just further isolate Micah from us, please. This is telling.
How sad is this?
Here's a group message between Micah, the ex-wife, and JP. I don't know if you want to read these.
Yeah.
Do you want to read them?
Yeah, this is John Paul. What we hope for and what we pray for is that there will be a heart change, seeing as I have never nor will I ever hurt one of my kids or put them in any situation that would hurt them. You can continue to say no, and you continue to think the way you do, but we continue to pray and hope. We didn't ask you, so there's no need to discuss it, but one day, if or when we do, we would love to discuss it. Hey, when you talk about it with Blank, it absolutely opens the discussion up for all of us. Blank can't have normal privileges because you have committed terrible crimes of sexual molesting underage children. Praying for my heart to change is absolute gaslighting. When you bring this topic up, or if the children ask, I tell them the truth. I will not cover up and lie. I will continue to tell her the truth in an age-appropriate way. That's nothing a mother wants to discuss, but when asked to hide the truth. Sadly, this is reality. We face it and deal with it. If you don't want this discussed with Blank, then you shouldn't bring it up. Or if she asks and it's sad she misses out on vacations and such, maybe you should. Maybe you should take ownership and responsibility for your actions, present or past, and own it. Say it's your fault and move forward. If you need or Micah want to discuss this more, let's sit down and talk about it. John Paul. 1, this has nothing to do with my own child. So he's not even denying it.
No, he didn't.
Wow. 2, the fact that Blank is with me all the time from morning until night. There's no difference between night and morning. She is with her dad. The time of day has no bearing. But you can do as you want. It is evil to remotely make a child think that their parent would ever in a million years hurt them. I don't. I tell her the truth why you legally have lost privileges. The truth is that I lost the privilege because of legal mistakes. I don't have the privilege because I signed a paper that you had me sign. But you allowed Blank to stay the night for a while. You can always allow it if you want to, because there's no difference in Blank with me in the day, afternoon, night, morning, etc. But again, it's your decision per legal papers.
So she didn't want him overnight.
Right. She says, we can sit down and discuss this more in person. I can show why legal papers were signed. It was to avoid presenting affidavits from the minors you've molested. He writes back, okay, thank you.
Oh my God, he doesn't deny it at all.
Nope, he didn't deny it before. He don't deny it now. And here comes Micah. Put simply, Blank started choosing where he wanted to go at 13, so we assumed we would have that choice as well. Didn't think that gender was the issue since we get Celia on regular basis with no fear of anything happening to her. Didn't mean to make a big fuss and bring up 20-year-old issues. Oh, so now Micah's like, yeah, the issues are for he molested what young girls 20 years ago.
Jesus Christ.
Now, the ex-wife says, who says there's no fear? This is not a 20-year-old issue. Do you think those victims of his would say it's a 20-year-old issue? Also, JP still displays continued poor character and puts our children in harmful situations. Paying Blank to take me to lunch to ask me if he leaves you in the church, would I ever remarry him, and being unfaithful to you and putting my child up to it be a middleman is a horrible situation to put my child in. Get a job for Blank at a location where their boss Blank was one of his mistresses is a horrible situation to put my children in. Especially since she had told a teenage coworker she slept with her pastor before her wedding.
God.
Uh-huh.
So his kid was working with someone who slept with the dad. Oh my God.
Yep. And this woman slept with her pastor before the wedding. Those kids could possibly
I can't read that.
Also, blank around children who was a former inappropriate relationship is also a horrible situation to put my children in. And it's selfish and harmful and has no consideration on how it all could affect my children and all they have already been put through by him. And honestly, you too. This to Micah. He has shown his interest and scheme at hand are most important by doing those things. This continued lack of character is harmful for all involved, and I will not hide it or pretend all is well when a finger gets pointed at me as though this is a possible misunderstanding over overreaction, misunderstanding or overreaction. I am peaceable, but will not tolerate any blame shifts and gaslighting, intentional or unintentional. He writes back, okay, thanks.
What a fucking dick.
Yep. Then Micah says, no one is pointing fingers at you saying John Paul's actions are your fault. However, what you heard about blank is not true. I've done my due diligence. As far as blank, I'm aware of her transgressions, kiss, pics, and John Paul's lack of guts to get rid of her sooner. I hope this won't affect your opinion of her children. You gaslighting Micah.
What?
Micah's gaslighting because the children are possibly his.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Ugh.
Choo-choo, you said it, girl, not me. Hey, PsyOps. Multiple
Here's
text
more.
message from defendant's plaintiff informing her that wife Micah Miller was out of house and back in the house, evidence the constant instability. Oh.
Here we go. So this
Well,
is a year before her death.
To rewind it back, when some of the girls back in the day came forward, excuse me, let me get this out of my throat. When some of the girls back in the day reported
Black villagers.
Hold on.
5 villagers.
And actually, you don't make any sense. She doesn't get us more views. Drama sells, buddy. Not BJ. BJ, if she saw whatever. So here's the thing: when the children, and to even interrupt this conversation, it's weird that you relate her to this topic, but I digress. When they would report it back in the day, because he was like the teacher or whatever at the church, his father was the main guy in charge, and that he would tell them to keep it quiet and to shut up, and they would be punished for going to JP's father about.
Well, no
JP's
wonder that the ex-wife couldn't get them to come forward.
Like
but
I
things
said,
are different now. Things are different now, and now she's filed this, and maybe they will. You know, there's
Right.
power in numbers.
Mm-hmm. And some of these girls have filed. There are charges out on JP right now.
Oh,
Or
good.
there's lawsuits. Sorry. So Micah moved out so she can hang with her sisters, etc., etc., etc. We are legally separate with an agreement very similar to one you had drawn up for us, minus the kiss stuff. Thanks. Peace. Where is blank? She has a middle school game or varsity. Micah is officially gone from this house and in solid rock forever. And divorce agreement is in effect. Please just keep this between us right now. It's very hard on me, and I don't want added stress. I'm just telling you because it's you. Okay. September.
She doesn't even
22nd.
dig. She don't want to know the deets. She's like, okay.
She's over it. She knows this all the time. Kids home, fed, and I got trash. If my ex was messaging me, this is weird. Thank you, Frenchie mommy.
I'm telling you, he's a big man baby.
Right. Well, it's like he's trying to communicate with her as if, like, why? Like, thank you for feeding our kids. You should feed them. You got trash, take it out. Like, why are you telling me these things? Micah is returning to the church, whatever. Not sure about the future, but for now, I will be helping her to get healthy and independent. Tell me what I need to do for kids today. I'm off and have nothing to do, so let me know whatever is needed. She's ignoring them. Yes. Are kids okay? Why? You said you were going to talk to them, and I was wondering about Roblox. Oh, are you worried about predators? Talk with them, yes. It's really sorry and sad the situation you put our kids in. Hope you one day you'll choose better for their sakes, if not for yours.
She's actually nicer than I would be.
Hell yeah.
After 16 years of marriage.
Wait, go back up. What was this? These ones are about.
Oh, sorry.
Plaintiff informing her he is not going to visit with children. There's too much strife in his home. Honestly, I would in a heartbeat. We are not in a good place and this house is filled with strife. So sorry. Micah is at your house? Oh, somebody. He's not answering me. School. That's my birthday, December 2nd. Defendants and plaintiff informing her that the hole she saw in the door was done by Micah. By the way, the hole in the bedroom door was Micah, and I have video of her doing it. So don't worry, I'm not an angry person. Smiley face. What a gaslighting piece of shit.
He is. He's a sick fucker.
Right. And then she responds, about Blank's B-Day, he would rather see us at separate times for his B-Day. That's fine. I'll stay here. I agree. Text message from defendant's plaintiff of his son's mugshot from his first relationship and evidence in children being exposed to more strife in life of defendant. Look at this post on Facebook. Conway man accused of hitting women overhead with glass bottle.
Is that
was
him?
His son.
Wait,
It said their son.
Of his son's mugshot from first relationship.
So he has children besides the ones he has with this woman?
I don't know. I'm confused.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Who's that a picture of?
His son being arrested for hitting women over the head with a glass bottle.
His son's that
from
old?
his first relationship. Well,
oh, wow.
Yeah. He was grooming them at a very young age. So his son's also a woman abuser, allegedly, according to that. These are from defendants, a plaintiff about his sister who was living with him, indicating them being suicidal and upset while children are present. Everybody around JP is suicidal and fucking upset, mentally unstable. We got to look into his oldest son. Feel free to bring the kids home a little bit early tonight so we can get to bed early. Okay, they're both wanting to go to your house to eat. Okay, no dinner and dirty clothes. I'm sorry, I'm doing the best I can right now. Grace, please. This is their pastor. Like, they're supposed to have like the perfect house. You know what I mean? The perfect family.
He's a big fucking bitch.
Yeah. But meanwhile, he sits on the stage and preaches to everybody else about living in sins and all that. That's why I don't do religion. I'm sorry. I just don't trust it. You know what time to get? Blank crying in my living room. Blank crying in my bedroom. I'll call you in 2 minutes. Spirit Week coming up at school. Whatever in a million years hurt them. I don't. I tell her the truth why you legally have lost.
Oh, we already read those.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait.
There it is. Can you pick up trifold poster board? I doubt it. Blank just walked in crying her eyes out with baby Blank. Kids are eating dinner. I'll probably not be able to leave until 7:30, 7:40. He says an image. I'm worried if I get completely out of either of their cases that one of them will do something horrible like suicide or whatever. Are you kidding? I'm worried Blank could commit suicide and Blank would attack Blank, Uncle Blank. His
Who's
son.
that?
His son.
Wow.
Cell phone at parties, minor child to Micah. How defendant put children in the middle of his marital affairs. The minor child did not want to write these messages.
No, he wrote them from her phone.
Hey, it's Blank. When are you coming home? Dad just cries and prays real loud. I wish I could come home. Dad says you can anytime. I told him I'm asking you about lashes. Oh, he's so gross. He says different things to me. I miss you guys very much. I cry too. He said he's sorry and it's your birthday. Yep, I'm 30. Just got my toes done at Daisy. Life is going to move on, but it will be really weird for a bit. So you're not coming home ever? What can I tell Dad to do so you can come home? Sick. I pray with Dad for you to come home. Thank you for your prayers. Inside, I know he knows what's right, but we have to make choices that line up with that. You're really smart and kind and pretty like your mom. I'll miss you. You're really smart and kind and pretty like your mom. I'll miss you. Mom says boys are dumb, but I know Dad loves you a lot. And this is him writing.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen him cry so much. If he asks you, we talked about lashes. I have to delete this. I understand. I'm praying too without Dad that you will come home. He's crying so loud right now. Can you talk to him, please? I promise he loves you. He has your pictures all over the house.
Oh, my God.
Yep. He won't do anything with us. He just keeps crying. Helena, welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Last time I tried to come home and be peaceful, he called the cops and said I was trying to break in after he was the one that asked me to come. My hands are tied. He would not even let me in. Can I ask him? He has done dumb things, but all he does is ask God to bring you home. He doesn't even get out of bed. He just cries. I really liked you with my dad.
I'm going to throw up.
Yep. And here's Micah. I know it's really hard and I don't want to stay away, but he has our blank already filled the paperwork. I didn't even file anything. He is leaving me and trying to make it seem like I left him. I don't think it's healthy for you to get involved because it's a lot for anyone to process. Keep praying. If you have any questions, tell your mom and I'll talk to her. Sick. I told him I'm asking you about lashes.
Oh, shit. My computer just wigged out. Hold on.
That's okay.
Why is it doing
Wow.
that? I don't
Yeah,
even
I
have
don't
my
know.
hand on the mouse.
This is what happened to me the other day. This is
Oh,
not
my
really
gosh.
cool.
Okay, here we go.
I don't know what that means, but I prayed with Dad for you to come. Oh, okay, hold on. He said he's sorry it's your birthday. We already saw that. It's gone too far. I don't even know what that means, but I prayed with Dad for you to come home. Sick. Thank you, Helena. I really appreciate you renewing it. This is from Micah to plaintiff, asking her to call her regarding the safety of the children. Wow. I'll let her know in a minute, Swampside. Hey, Allie, it's Micah. I need to talk to you ASAP for the safety of your kids. Please call me. You almost free? And then these are her sending the messages that the daughter sent, allegedly, but it was really him.
Yeah, that's the end of it.
Sick,
That
sick,
is
sick.
crazy.
Now, Swampside chick keeps saying something about radar, so I don't know.
About what?
Radar?
Radar online? Who's radar? Wait, what's
Like a
this?
radar map. They're saying something. They keep saying it. Hold on. I was looking at the flight radar because a military jet keeps flying over and noticed that the Navy is just scrambling along Gulf Coast. Could be nothing, just interesting to me. Well, thank you for sharing that with the class.
What is this all about? Is this
Oh.
her? Oh, this is her for the
She believes they'll put them in imminent
custody
danger.
thing. Yeah.
Wow. No wonder he was gaslighting her so much. Hey, Tammy.
He sure
Because-
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of read. I think we read this. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens in this case, right?
Mm-hmm. I think she'll get custody of the kids. I mean, it's clear by those but what I understand is if this was filed this had to be older because Micah was alive. Oh my gosh, Rowena, your background noise is always so bad.
I'm sorry. Is it better now?
I've reduced background noise. Hopefully that helps.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know why my poltergeist always just comes with me. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. All right. Y'all hear me out. And I have a couple questions. Do y'all see where JP and Susie are so much alike? Okay, so the emotional abuse, like she's sitting there in that interrogation or that questioning, whatever, and she laughs about Chris not being able to. He drops crackers, you know, and she laughs about it. You know, the bed sores, and then JP and all this abuse, the emotional. It's like they're like. I mean, they're like-minded people sit together. Is what I'm seeing. Like he finally found the one, you know. That's just as twisted as him. But one thing and maybe y'all can explain this, I don't understand why the ex-wife would have to have the minor victims come forward. Why could she not file a report and have the proper authorities investigate this?
I agree.
Well, because she said she realized that he was tied in with all of the local authorities.
Yeah, but still, even I mean, look,
she
there's
said
not
that?
there's not a town. Look,
Yeah, it was
in
in the
South,
court doc.
Oh.
But in the South, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, church and government, church and politics are a lot alike. You know what I mean? They kind of wash each other's hands in the South. I get that. That's no different than a lot of cities, right? But still, I wouldn't have and I'm not shaming her. I'm just saying for me, no matter what his ties were, I would have still reported and let the authorities take over, and then if nothing happened, then I would go up the chain. You understand?
Yeah, I think it's weird reading those messages where they all are aware of it, but
Right.
acting like it's just something they just keep under wraps.
Right.
It's very
Right.
fucking dysfunctional.
And
I
he's not
agree.
even denying it. When confronted, he's
No.
not like, oh, what, neither is Micah. She's like, oh, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's so weird, right? Those dynamics are wild.
I mean,
But then you got to remember too, Rowena, that his dad was the pastor before. So they're like
Right.
very integrated.
Right. Right. And like, I went to I used to go to a mega church anyway, and it was the same thing. It was kind of like the dad kind of left it down to the son and all the things, And there was a deacon in the church, and he was beating the snot out of his wife, right?
Yeah.
And the preacher made her go back to him because it would be a stain if the deacon had charges on him. And she went back.
Right.
And I mean, I know that firsthand. I mean, like, that's not a rumor. That's like, yeah, I know that's for. So it's like the church holds a lot of power. The city, the government holds a lot of power. They wash each other's hands. But still, it's like he never, in those text messages, he never says, what are you talking about? I never have, this is insanity. I didn't do that. He just goes along with it.
Right.
I just, if you're relying on minor victims to have to come forward, then our system is more broke than what I thought it was.
That's true.
Well,
I'm
you
so
know what I
glad
just
you're
thought of,
covering this.
Rowena? I just thought of something. Like, what if the girls that he was screwing around with, like, what if their parents made them keep it under wraps?
And they
too?
could have. They could,
Yeah.
if they, and I mean, most 99.9% of the time when the kids go to church, it's because the parents go to church there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and that could be. And I just read somewhere where somebody said, yeah, JP is known, Robot said, JP is known to have people to intimidate and stalk people. He did it to Micah exactly out in front of wasn't it a tire store or something? That he was stalking her, something about a tire store getting her car fixed or something. But,
Probably worried that the guys were going to flirt with her. Fucking
Yeah.
weirdo. Insecure little baby.
Yeah. My favorite thing is, and I had seen it when it first came out, this and the Daybell case, just completely, I'm obsessed with it. But when he was laying on the ground, in front of the exes, and he's like, I need some water. I want to go see Jesus. It's like, oh my goodness. See, that's when you just want to kick him in the face,
I mean, even Chad Daybell didn't act like a little bitch like that.
No, he just had little bitch hands.
When
So.
when Chad Daybell, well, I guess he did bury people in,
Yeah.
cemeteries.
Well, I mean, he had help too, so,
But this is very reminiscent to that,
It
with the
is.
whole religion
It
and the
is.
manipulation. And
The power struggle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just thank God he never harmed his children,
Yeah, which do we really know he didn't? I mean, you know what I mean? We don't know that. I mean, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like how Lori and Chad did.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, let's get rid of everybody and then it's just us type thing.
Well, that was because of money. They had to do
Right.
that because of money.
Well, and that's the thing too. Like with this guy's death, with Chris Skinner's death, I'm curious if because it was ruled an accident, if she got money.
Well, usually on a life insurance policy, which I'm sure he had life insurance because of his physical disability. I'm sure he had life insurance, to where if it's self-inflicted, then most of the time now it has changed. It used to be like they didn't pay. Now they do pay. I think at a lower rate. Well, it depends on policy, but at a lower rate. But if it's accidental and he had accidental death, which usually that's co-written right in with the policy. If it's accidental death, usually it's 3 times, 3 or double 2 to 3 times the policy if it's accidental. So that might be why the sister didn't say anything because, like she said, she needed the money to raise the kids. You know,
Mm.
Granny, you think that's good looking? Come on.
do I think what's good?
Do you like,
Oh hell
do you
no!
like Play-Doh
No,
lips, Granny?
Granny,
I think he
Granny,
looks like a fucking
baby. We're gonna
goober.
have to 5150 you, honey.
And that
I'm just,
photo, no. But there are photos where he does appear, okay looking.
well, there's photos of me that I look like a, swimsuit model, but damn it, no, I'm not. No. Mm-mm.
I think he looks like he has bad breath.
I just think that
Oh yeah.
he had to have groomed her because there's no way he would land that beautiful of a girl because he is nothing. And
How
I
old
know,
was
I think he's a
Micah?
piece of shit, but she was so pretty.
How old was Micah when they met? I can't remember.
She was a teenager, wasn't she?
She was 15.
15. Okay. All right. Okay.
I think that's what we read today.
Yeah.
So did he post revenge porn on her on the internet?
Oh God, I never heard that.
Someone just said that in chat that it's alleged that he did. Granny, did you ever hear that?
No.
I've never heard that. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. That's another form of control, manipulation, degrading.
Well, I just wonder if he did that because, like that, a lot of people do kill themselves.
Jay,
I mean,
you think
that's the
this is
most
good looking,
humiliating.
Jay?
Robat said yes, he did.
You know what, Granny? Fuck
You think that's good looking, Jay?
I'm done. I'm out.
All right. Bitch.
No, yeah.
He looks like his
You know what,
breath
Granny?
smells.
I hate you, Granny. Granny's watching. You are an evil, evil bitch.
Hi.
On Facebook?
If
She gives
anybody
it right
says,
back to me, don't she, y'all?
if anybody says that Dahmer's hot, I'm bouncing right now and unplugging my modem. I'm
Y'all,
just
they ain't
not.
paying no attention to y'all in the chat. I am. I'm watching.
You don't think
I'm
I
reading
read
chat.
the comments. You don't think
I'm over
Dahmer's
here
hot?
getting razzed by fucking grannies watching. What
Well,
are they saying in chat?
He posted it on her Facebook.
I did hear that before,
It was
actually.
a topless photo.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah,
God.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah, I do recall that.
I really think that, if he, anyway, I think somebody needs to get a hold of
man.
him.
Okay,
Big
so
some
that
morals,
could,
man.
how long did he do that before she killed herself?
Yeah,
Do
that's a
we
good
know?
question.
Like what were the date of those postings in the Facebook groups? Was it close to the time that she did that? Because that would be very, very, very humiliating, especially as
yeah,
the wife of a
absolutely.
pastor.
Right.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. I mean, how would you show your face again, right? Your family, your
That'd be-
church family, your friends.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, in
Poor
general, it's
thing.
humiliating, but especially.
Yes, in her situation.
And stuff happens in churches. I had a patient that came in and the baby had passed. It was, not a viable baby. The baby had passed and everything. And she was telling me the story about, her husband was a preacher and he had cancer. And so this was their church miracle baby and all the things and everything. And it was so sad. And this gentleman that was sitting next to her gets up and walks out. And she said, I have something to tell you. She said, my husband, the pastor, is on his way up here. That's the father of the baby. He was the choir director. She found out on Friday that the baby had it in utero. It had passed, and instead of coming to the hospital, she waited till Sunday morning and got up at the pulpit and told her children, her husband, and the choir director's wife, his children, that that was. Stuff happens in churches just like it happens in a law office or at a
So
cleaning
she
company.
did this less than 2 weeks after she filed for divorce. I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting caught up
No,
on
you're fine.
the deets because I didn't cover this when it happened. So why would you file for divorce and then kill yourself? Like that's not meshing either. You know what I mean?
Well, she knew that he would never let her go. He tormented her.
Right. And I'm sure that when she filed for divorce, he probably amped things up,
Right.
like at that, I don't know if she was buying tires or it was a car. I don't know. It was something with a car, her car or something.
So
And he
let's
showed up
say
there.
she did kill herself, okay? But let's say she was, tormented to the point where she felt she had no other out. of this situation, and let's say they could prove that with text messages or recordings or something, could he be charged with like manslaughter or something? Like, have you ever heard of that happening?
Well, no, I'm pretty sure that is the conclusion everybody has come to, including the police. But what they did do is they made a Micah's law, which changed the way domestic violence is responded to and protective orders in the state. But no, unfortunately, that is pretty much what they think happened.
But they just can't prove it.
Robat's dropping facts in the chat. Yes, he did have a tracker on her car.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. See, I didn't realize how much control she was under. Holy
Oh,
crap.
yeah.
So if his ex-wife says he was hiring prostitutes, I wonder if he was doing like what Diddy did type thing, like made her do shit with them.
There was accusations similar to that, like that he was having a bunch of foreign women in and out of his house, and there was alleged recordings of it. And
So now with the ex-wife's filing, does it kind of make that seem to you that it's more likely that more was going on than we know?
I always felt that way, yeah.
But do you feel like the ex-wife's filings kind of solidify that more?
Well, I want to know when she filed that too.
Yeah, what was the file date on that?
The original file date said 25 of 2024.
Okay.
So it must have been right after she died.
Right. Wow.
And I don't mean to hop back, but did I hear, because I was listening on, 1.5 times speed, because I can't listen to Granny on 2 times speed, but
I know that's right.
but did Chris not have an autopsy?
Nope.
And he was cremated, correct?
I don't know. I didn't catch that part. I caught the no autopsy. I don't know about the.
Because they could, just like Tammy Daybell, they could, exhume, if he wasn't
Right.
cremated, because I would love to see his toxicology report, or what could be very, we're talking about remotes and wheelchairs and apps and all the things. You're talking about a man that his sister has said, he was struggling mentally, right? He had a hard life. You have a spouse that's supposed to love you, that's not giving you your medications, that's letting you get bed sores. And I'm sorry, bed sores are 100% preventable. I don't care what anybody says. My sister never had a bed sore, so shut up about that. But you have him that's not being cared for. Then he finds out 2 weeks previous that she's having an affair with the preacher. So your some of your religious closeness, kind of like why me? You sit on the side of the pool and you're like, hell with it, I'm done.
Oh, we know.
I'm
If
checking
we
out.
drank every time you said, Rowena, we'd be drunk as a skunk right now, girlfriend, you know?
Stop it. It's a horrible habit.
And Clue, what does Clue always say?
I mean, you're at the mercy of your because she has to. He can't.
She had control over him. She
Yeah.
had control over if he was comfortable or not, if he was fed
Right.
or not, if he was
Right.
bathed or not. She had full control.
And you can't tell me she cared when she sat there and laughed about he would drop crackers.
Right. And having an affair.
Right. And then he's having an affair. So he's like, well, I don't feel like I'm a man. I don't feel like I'm a husband. I don't feel like, this or that. Sitting on the edge of the pool. Who knows? He very well could have said, you know what? I'm done.
She even described him as sometimes walking a dog and falling asleep, and she did the noise and everything of
right. Right.
falling asleep.
I mean, the disrespect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Total disrespect.
And oh, sorry.
Micah was cremated as well. Did he have control over that? He must have.
I bet he did.
And she really got concerned about her son being spoken to.
Who did?
Susie.
Oh yeah, Susie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, she really was like, what? She did my what?
And then she said, did you speak to him? And
yeah,
then
what?
was relieved when she found out the answer was no.
Turned off those tears. I mean, to me, like with him on the ground, he was a little bit more ridiculous. And then her during that questioning and her crying and then going to speaking normally. Not a sniffle, not a snot, not a I miss him so much. This breaks my heart to have to go through this, to relive these events. None of that. None of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, and I mean, maybe they're just both. I mean, maybe she's just a piece of crap person, and she found her person that's a piece of crap.
Right.
I
Birds
think
of
they're
a
all
feather find each
brainwashed.
other. Do you, Jay? You think they're all brainwashed? You don't
Yeah, I
think?
think they're all brainwashed. I think they think what their church is Christianity, and it's not.
I
They're
think
all
though.
brainwashed.
I think to an extent, like you have to have some type of evil in you to even be okay with what is happening. Like a lot of the church members, when they found out, they left. They even said they went for 300
Those people
members.
aren't brainwashed. The ones that are still there are brainwashed.
Yeah, I can
You
see
know what I
that.
mean?
I'm totally.
So yeah, how many members did it say they went from and then to, Granny?
300 to 75.
So they were only a 300 member church. That's not even a big church. Why would it be so influential?
That's a good
weird.
question. Yeah.
Sounds like there's more to the fucking Miller's story than meets the eye, because that's a small ass church to have like influence over.
I had more people in my
authorities and
graduating class in high school in
No shit.
1983 than that whole church.
But a lot of them went to church from children up, like it's a family. You know what I mean? Like the whole family
They
has
grew
gone.
up going there, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's
Maybe
just wild. I thought it was
me come
bigger
up.
than that.
Thank you for letting me come up. I'm gonna hop back down, but I just
of course.
those couple things, and I just didn't understand, why, since the minors wouldn't come forward, then nothing was said. I would still say something.
Yeah, I agree with
I don't
that.
know. I don't know. All right.
That I agree with. I think she had the ability to speak up regardless.
Right.
And then obviously he didn't have that many connections to local police, because look where it landed him anyway.
His father has a school in Africa.
I heard that. Yeah.
What?
I heard
See,
that.
there's more to these people.
Yeah,
Their power
it's-
doesn't lie in that little fucking rock church. That's a cover up.
Yeah.
There's deeper shit with these people.
Mhm.
Hell to the no.
What denomination was the church?
I think non-denominational.
Non-denominational. Okay.
That's how, I mean, I don't know. Isn't that how you guys took it to be? Solid rock church?
I have no idea what that even means.
Like non-denominational means they're not like Baptist or Catholic or
Yeah,
Lutheran.
there's no denomination to it. It's just Christianity, or what they think.
All you
is
had to do was tell me that dad had a fucking school in Africa, and I would have told you, oh my God, it's deeper than any of this. We're seeing the surface, in my opinion.
And apparently Micah loved to go to Africa, and that was kind of used to like woo her back in.
It's probably
Yeah.
beautiful there. I'm sure she did.
And she loves, participating, and the kids over there
helping
feel like
with
she
the
was
kids.
contributing. Yeah.
Look what Dutchy said. His father has a school in Columbia, South Carolina, and he went to jail. There is a lot he's involved in. Also, JP learned from his dad. Wow, I didn't know
But
that.
wait a minute. Think about it too. If she went to Africa a lot, she knows a lot. He could never let her divorce him.
Yeah.
She knew too much.
Yeah, I agree.
Damn. You just cracked open a whole new insight
Yeah.
into this whole situation. Wow.
The same as the ex-wife knew, though.
Right. I'm saying they're all kind of cut from the same cloth to some degree, in a way. You know what I mean?
This is why I don't do religion. I believe in faith. Whatever your faith is, and whatever God you believe in, that's cool. But the whole ain't none of them got it all right.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
Yeah, no
it's just
guys
weird.
diddling with underage girls. I don't trust them to have schools in other countries. That's fucked up, man.
Nope.
Jesus Christ.
I don't like that at all.
What
Y'all
just
have a good day.
It just
Clue, you
thundered
okay?
here. Yeah, it
Oh.
scared the shit out of me. That was loud as crap.
I'm like, what is going on?
God damn, you got gas leaks and carbon monoxide alarms and fucking tornadoes.
Look what
I thought
Shelbo
you
just
dropped her
said.
mouse.
JP did some really shady stuff when it came to the family and autopsy. There's a video of the sister talking about it.
Oh.
Where's the video?
They're saying that she also turned him into the FBI right before her death.
That might get it.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, that would explain a lot.
See?
Oh, yeah.
That shit's deep.
Oh, I didn't know she turned him in the FBI.
Oh,
Seem I
the
had the receipts on
tentacles.
that. Like,
The tentacles of Myrtle Beach.
No wonder so many church members ran.
Like, how do we know she didn't
Seriously.
buy that gun for protection? Because she
Right.
was scared.
Right.
Okay, y'all have a good day. Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
That's a good question. I mean, how do we know what? Well, because of
intent
how it,
was.
I guess, because how it ended.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
right.
You
her
know?
driving all the way there. So apparently, like her friend, JP had called the friend and said, I thought she was coming to visit you. So she may know someone in that area.
I find it very odd that a girl like her, who's been groomed since a young age, is probably very naive, right? That she would choose to commit suicide by gunshot. I find that very odd. Most women would take pills,
Really?
carbon monoxide, something less invasive. I very rarely do you hear of a woman shooting herself. I mean, tell me the last time.
That's
Men
true.
do it, but when have you heard of a woman doing that? It's kind of odd. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I didn't even think of that.
It's a pretty brute. I mean, you got to have guts to pull that trigger, man. I mean, you got to be in a bad state of mind. And then to think to buy a gun beforehand, like usually you could pop some pills and just fall asleep and die. I don't know. And then to go to another state to do it.
Maybe that's why, because she hoped somebody would hear it.
Well, she called and told.
Well, yeah, she called 911. So
How do we know she didn't have a gun to her head when she called 911?
we don't.
We don't.
Not by her own doing. Fuck.
Yeah.
She could have been followed. If he had a tracker on her car, he knew exactly where she was. How do we know someone didn't follow her ass?
He could have seen her going to the gun store.
Oh, hell no. He knew exactly what she did. She
And
could have bought
thought-
that for protection and said, oh, she's got a gun. Right? And then set up some meeting at some park or something. I don't know. I just feel like there's something more to that.
He might have thought she was going to come for him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, hanging too. Yeah, women do that too.
She may have felt like she may have known he was following her and hoped to confront him instead of herself.
Right.
But well, they supposedly tracked his phone and whereabouts and alibis and all that.
I just find it so odd she would drive to another state. Maybe because she didn't want to be found.
No, because she called 911.
Oh, no, she called. Yeah,
exactly where she was.
You call 911 and tell your location, and then you drive that far away to do it. Like I'm sure there were forests closer, right?
Oh yeah.
The whole thing's heartbreaking.
I have a question. So when they fought, like after they investigated her driving to this park, did they pull any surveillance of her driving there?
Yeah.
Like, so she was driving like a normal speed. There was no cars like behind her or.
Yep. They pulled the camera from when she went and purchased the gun and her behaviors.
It was all
were
the same day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Really
She
sad.
stopped to get gas, said Erica. And everything appeared normal.
And they called 911 and said, "Can you trace my phone?" And the lady was like, "Yeah, we could trace your phone. Why?" And then she pretty much was like, "That's all," and hung up.
So she didn't say, "I'm going to kill myself." She just said, "Can you locate me?" Do we have a 911 call to listen to?
There is, yeah.
Hey, Shell. I hope you're feeling better. She had her work uniform on. Was she supposed to work that day?
She was supposed to go to work.
And then instead she headed to North Carolina. Didn't call in or nothing, right?
Call out of work or anything?
I don't know if she called out, but she was supposed to go to work that morning.
Here's the call.
Robeson County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Let me see. You don't know where you're at?
And National Park.
What's the phone number you're calling me from?
843-655-5242.
Where's the park located at?
In Bear Bluff.
Let's see.
I have my location on, I think, on my phone. Find my phone is on. I just did my my location.
Okay, I'm showing, hold on one second.
Can you pause it for a second?
Mm-hmm.
What I find odd, okay, so where she was found, was it like near a path or anything? Or was it in the middle of nowhere?
It was in like the woods.
So could
like a
she have,
wooded area.
excuse me,
And
could
she was
she have
actually
been lost? And because I find it odd that the 911 operator is not like, is there an emergency? Are you lost? Are you turned around? Like, why do you want to know if I can locate you?
Well,
Do you
she
have an
did ask, "Are you lost?" She did say that. Like, "Are
Yeah,
you
I
lost?"
agree with that.
But she didn't say yeah. Like, she didn't say she was lost. Like, I need you to
Right.
locate me. I'm just kind of confused, that's all. But I just wonder if she got turned around in there and wondered, if I can't find my way out, can they find me by my phone?
Well, no, because you'll see why that's not the case.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And she was actually found in the water, I believe, right? Like she was actually in the water. But the thing with the whole like 911 call, sometimes you ever hear these 911 dispatches on these
Yeah,
calls,
I
they're
know.
infuriating. They're so
I
like,
know. That's why I wondered, like, she didn't ask, like, are you in danger? Are you, like, why you calling to see if I can locate your phone,
the only thing I can think is because Micah sounds so like, excuse me, nonchalant about it. Like she's not
Yeah.
even panicky. She's just kind of like, can you trace my phone? There's
Yeah.
like no urgency for anybody.
It's just weird to call 911 and not have an emergency. That's what you're supposed to call them for. So that's why I'm confused, like, why the dispatcher didn't dig a little deeper.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Because, like, if I grab my phone right now and called my 911 and said, can you trace my phone? They're not just going to say, oh, let me see. I guarantee you. They'll say, what's your emergency? What's going on? They're not going to that's just weird to me, but maybe it's just the dispatcher.
Well, the dispatcher says to her, "Are you lost?" And then Micah doesn't really answer that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the dispatcher it sounds to me like the dispatcher thinks, "Oh, this lady may be lost."
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, none of the crime scene made sense, that's for sure.
I don't think you are in Robeson County. Are you at the Lumber River State Park?
Yeah, that's where I am.
Okay. Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to kill myself, and I just want my family to know where to find me.
CJ.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. She just straight up
Keep
says
going.
Okay, ma'am. Just listen to what I'm saying, okay? Let me make sure I got the exact location where you're at, okay? Just 1 minute.
That's where it ends.
Yeah, that woman clearly didn't
Oh.
know how to.
She didn't know how to respond. I bet you she was asking for help.
Yeah, she was probably gonna say to, like, somebody else, like, what do I do?
Maybe have someone sit in. Oh, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yes, really devastating.
So the fisherman who found her is dead now too.
Yeah, died by a car. Rain's
Oh,
over.
he got killed in a car wreck?
And he's the one that was saying, like, this doesn't make sense
Oh,
because she was over
no.
here, but this was over there. And yeah.
Stop. Oh my God.
Uh-huh. And then if I'm remembering correctly, Clue, didn't JP's friend like own a property and boat company right there or something?
Oh my God. Someone in chat said that earlier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you think she was set up to go there and then forced to call? Do you think that's possible? That someone else was there?
I do and I don't, because I feel like they've investigated this so much because of publicity that if that were the case, I can't see why the police would ignore that.
Mm-hmm.
But
if there was any evidence of that, the FBI would get to the bottom of that.
Right.
I just wonder, like, did they go through, extensively go through her phone to see? I'm just wondering, like, did she Google that park? Did she put it in her GPS?
I mean,
Did
they've
she?
really deep dived it. I know
Yeah,
that.
I'd be curious about what they found out about that park and why that place was chosen, if they found a conclusion to that.
Right.
His lawyer, they said, owns property.
That's what it was.
He wanted her cremated right away. Her family said she would have never unalived herself.
Yeah, they did say that.
I wonder how the fisherman, when did the fisherman die? Recently?
I don't know. I just heard that today.
She was depressed and it was her intention to kill herself. Simple as that, unfortunately. I mean, I could see someone feeling backed in a corner. For sure. God knows, what kind of threats he made and things like that.
Sorry, I had to get up for a minute. I didn't hear whatever you just said.
I can't remember what I said. I was just reading chat and kind of just bouncing off them.
It's all pretty boggling though, because on one hand, you had Micah that just filed for the divorce. She seemed like she was happy and excited to kind of finally move on, and
Yeah, what I said is God knows what he threatened her with in those 2 weeks.
Yeah, because she was giving motivational speeches on Facebook Live about how you don't have to put up with these type of things, and abuse is abuse type of whatever. And everybody around her said she was excited to have that divorce and to move forward. And the next thing you know, this. But a lot of times, quite frankly, a lot of times in suicides, the family doesn't suspect it. They don't see it coming.
Well, and some families don't want to accept it even when it is a suicide. It's very hard for people. Especially when you have assholes like Susie calling people losers.
Right.
Who feel like there's no other choice.
Well, and JP kept saying that her family was fully aware that she wasn't mentally well, and they ignored me. They ignored all the signs. I've told them.
Can you drop a link for Titanium?
Yeah.
You want to come up, Tanya? Join the party.
I got a feeling. I think Clue's listening to a certain.
I got a
heifer.
feeling.
A certain heifer. Oh, I just kicked Jay. Jay! I tried to get rid of your share screen and I got rid of you, Ms. Singing. I'm sorry, but you are not America's Next Got Talent contestant. gave you the X. Come back. I'm sorry. I got a feeling. I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry. Yes, there is. I drank the Kool-Aid. There is. I'm reaching my hand out to pick you back up. Come on, girl. I'm sorry. You do got great talent. Come back. Oh, you're back with us, Clue? Oh, there she is. Hey, Jay.
Knock, knock. Did that end my stream?
I don't know. Why would it? Did it?
I don't
It
know.
shouldn't. Because it would be just like when I fall off panel. I don't think it would have been.
Oh my God, my windows just all of a sudden, they all I have 3 windows open. They just all refreshed at the same time.
That's so weird. I tried to get rid of your backstage thing, like your share screen, and next thing you know, it just kicked you. I did not expect that at all. That was weird.
Oh, it like coincided?
Yeah, because any other time you can remove the backstage. Your stream's still going. Thank you, guys. Any
good.
other time you can just remove backstage and the person remains. So that's never happened before. And you were mid singing too.
oh,
You're like, I got a feeling. Bye.
Idiot. What an
How long
idiot.
did it take you to notice?
Right away.
Oh, you weren't still singing?
I was singing and it just refreshed. I was like, fuck, I won't ever sing again.
You know what? Speaking of that, let me see if these are still up. And anyway, I caught Clue. I know what you're out there doing, Clue.
What?
You're listening. Somebody is listening to a buffoon.
Who?
I don't know. When we were playing Micah's phone call, all I could hear was cry.
Oh, someone
Jay.
laughing?
No, I literally heard Brittany talk.
Fiance was on the phone.
Oh, maybe it wasn't her then.
I
It
heard
sounded-
Beyonce laugh.
Yeah.
I did hear him laugh too.
I didn't hear anything else though. I think you're just trying to get her to admit something, Granny.
That's it.
I
That's
think she
all.
put you on the spot, Clue.
I did,
What-
Clue. I'm sorry.
What
Oh, they
am I s-
removed them. So their terms of service before used to, not quite frankly, they weren't a fan of mine. And they made these videos where it was every time I sang and they put me as if I was a America's Got Talent contestant. And they were actually fucking hysterical. But they're down. My first husband's father, he was a pastor up in the mountains, like kind of like near the Coconut Penn State. And he got the Oregon lady pregnant and the guy raised it by, oh, wow. Interesting. Y'all got some shit going on in these churches.
Yeah, I don't dig all that shit.
Mm-mm.
I'm glad you guys are still here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Cooters. I did not mean to knock her.
I didn't hear what you said after I left either because I had to go back in my history and find the link.
I just noticed I kicked you and I said, oh my God, I'm sorry. It was your singing. You are not America's next next talent.
Thank you. But what were you saying? You had a feeling about what? I missed it.
I don't know what I was
You
saying.
said I got a
to be honest.
feeling, and I was like, I got a feeling.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well, shit.
Well, I will say I got a feeling that this Susie and JP know the world's watching. I mean, they had to have armed guards at their wedding. He got married to this woman right near where he married Micah, which is fucking despicable.
Ugh.
Yeah. Total scumbags.
Yeah,
Like
I
the
remember
buffoon
the
is
video.
no-
He announced her death to the community, and now like seeing him after seeing him on the ground in that video, it's just so much more disingenuous, you know.
That did
He's
you
a
ever
good
see him?
actor.
You know what else? He idolized Spider-Man. Which I understand when people go to like certain events and stuff, they'll do like Comic-Con, they'll dress up and stuff. But he idolized Spider-Man. He even had like a life-size Spider-Man figurine.
Dude, he
in
probably
his
wore
house.
underoos. I'm telling you, that guy was probably, hate to say it, but I bet you he was molested at around the age where you're playing with Spider-Man and shit, and he's stuck. I'm telling you.
Really?
I really
think
believe
so?
that. Yes.
I mean, there's a possibility, of course, but
Well, his ex-wife claims that he was molested, so he
oh, she
thinks that all
does.
that's what it was in those court docs.
Oh, I didn't even
That he
realize it
was
said that.
Yeah, it said that he was also molested And that's where she thinks his deviant behavior comes from,
Arrives
because he
from?
never,
Wow.
never got help. Like, was just swept under the rug.
Mm.
I mean, what kind of grown, I mean, I get liking, that kind of stuff.
Right.
But seeing his other behaviors, the dude just seems like he's a fucking big old baby.
Like when you tie it all together.
Yeah, not just the one thing, Because
Right.
people have hobbies and shit. I get that. But he just overall just is a creep.
See, what I was thinking with that, my thought was that he like idolized like Spider-Man, like he himself was Spider-Man, and he even made a very dumb joke when he was being interviewed after Micah's death and all the controversy and all. He made a joke like, well, I'm just gonna say, have you ever seen me and Spider-Man in the same room, or something like that, like oh, we're here because your wife died and the world's staring at you, and you make that type of weak ass, like, played out joke.
He's a weirdo.
He's weird, yeah, for sure.
What?
Super weird.
Robat said he was known as his dad was known as the white gay pastor in India. He had ties to India too, and Africa. No.
Now we got India and Africa.
In Iran, JP's dad moved his boyfriend to the States. No. Hell no. Oh, this is crazy.
JP's dad moved his?
Robat, yes, and is banned from the country. What?
From what country?
His own country?
Right, this country? Like, what country?
No, I think he brought him here and he's banned from his own country.
Oh, the
Like
boyfriend?
he can't go back. Yeah, like the power there. Like he can't go back. He's stuck here with JP's dad.
Oh.
Pakistan? All these, oh my God. All these.
Well, now we got
countries where they
Pakistan too? I mean, come on.
His dad is an entirely crazy rabbit hole.
All
Miller,
these countries
here's
and all this
Dutch.
shit? What are the
Miller,
odds?
76, has been linked to multiple scandals. He was arrested in a bathhouse in 2006 on charges that have since been expunged. There you go. How do you get something like that expunged?
I can't even get my fucking charges expunged.
Power and money. Power and money. This is deeper than some 300 fucking member church.
I'm marked with the Scarlet F forever. And this guy's able to get that type of shit
No, fuck
expunged. I mean,
that.
come on.
There's something hinky.
We got some hanky panky going on, huh?
Damn, you know what? Micah probably knew a lot. A lot.
Yeah, this ex-wife probably does too, though.
Well, it sounds like she does, and she's kept the shit under wraps because she was married to him for 16 years. She knew
Right.
exactly how the daddy was.
Ew.
Ugh.
Even saying the daddy just has me like,
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I just
The
was
daddy.
instead of JP like his dad.
Right.
His daddy. Yeah, I mean, ew.
Why are you saying daddy? That's
I
weird.
know.
Oh my
Stop
God.
it.
Fuck y'all. Because
Stop. I'd rather you sing again than keep saying
Jesus.
daddy.
At least
It
she ain't
is-
singing Diddy.
Sure.
Well, she kind of is. to be
Listen,
honest.
my
baby daddy.
husband's daughter calls him Diddy. Stop.
Diddy?
Daddy.
Daddy.
DEDDY. Don't ask me why. Must
Daddy.
be a Georgia thing because
Daddy.
I ain't never heard of no Daddy.
Daddy. Hey, daddy.
See, Robat in South Carolina, they say Daddy.
Hey, daddy.
She says Daddy.
Y'all so weird.
I don't know. Up north,
No,
we
that's
don't call
weird
our
as fuck.
dads Daddy.
That's weird.
We don't.
I call my dad dad. Like,
Yeah, me too.
When I'm speaking to like my sister, I'll say daddy. Sometimes, like, well,
What?
no, actually, I
What?
don't. I don't. No, never
Okay,
mind.
that's fucking
try-
weird.
Yeah, I don't. I don't.
Sorry,
listen,
but-
I just thought about like if I call my sister and I'm like, oh yeah, dad's going fishing.
Yeah, Dad.
I don't say daddy. That is weird. Like, no.
I've never called. I don't remember ever calling my dad Daddy because if I
Daddy,
did,
no.
I was little and I don't remember the shit. There
Right.
comes
Yeah.
a certain age where they become and they graduate to dad.
Right. Like even, I mean, I was trying to think like, no, like when my kids were little, I would say, go tell daddy or, ask your dad. No, but no, not as adults to say.
No,
And
can
why
you
the
imagine
fuck-
telling your teenager like, go ask Daddy? That's
pickle
fucking
j-
weird.
Did Pickle just change their name, or has it always been Call Me Daddy?
Call me Daddy.
What the fuck?
Oh
is
no,
going on?
it's been that way.
Oh my golly.
Oh, because of Greg. Grog.
Yeah.
I'm from the South. I know the Southerners call him Daddy until they're old. I get it. No shade, but I'm just saying, from being from Michigan, when I like found that out, I was like, whoa, that's weird. Like, as an adult, you call your dad Daddy.
I don't, and I'm from the South, so
A lot of
Yeah.
Southern people do, though. You don't even sound like you're from the South. You sound like you're a mix of North and South. I think you're in between.
You're impersonating.
Are your
the
parents
South.
both Southern?
Are they
Yeah.
both cousins? Oh, I'm sorry. Are they both Southern?
could be. You know,
Somebody's clipping that shit and be like, look, Granny's a racist. Okay, so, well, we know JP's father was also as creepy. We know Jay likes to call him Daddy, so take that how you will.
Ugh. What's his dad's name again? Ernest? What is it?
Oh, is it Ernest? Why would I not be surprised if it was Ernest?
I'll look it up.
Ernest? The preacher Ernest.
Oh, wow. A woman,
What?
here's February 26, 2025. An anonymous woman has filed a lawsuit against him and his dad, accusing sexual abuse and predatory conduct.
Yeah, because when they reported JP, his father told him basically to shut the fuck up.
Wayne Miller.
Wayne Miller. Little Wayne and Diddy.
Oh, he's defending his son.
Of course he is. Speaking of little Wayne, so one of the prisoners that escaped out of New Orleans, they made a video pleading to Trump Little Wayne. Apparently, he was the ring bearer in the wedding of Little Wayne's mother, and is claiming he's innocent. That the woman that he, I guess. Now, what I thought was they were all murderers, so I don't know how we got here. But the woman that claimed that he had beaten her has since retracted her statement, which honestly happens a lot. So I don't know how that would be validating for him. Like, they're not going to believe her. But I found that to be interesting that he even reached out.
You got to share this and read it.
So you read this shit. I'm done with the creepy weirdness.
I'll read it. Fuck it. So this is that's JP's
Daddy.
dad, and that's his mom. And it looks like John Paul. Which one is he?
Family Dad, Glory Lane.
Oh, wait till you hear this. Listen to this shit. Don't let your family be destroyed as a family unit. Come to church together. Make a new start as parents and as husbands and wives. Gloryland has a special counseling ministry to single parent families. Join other single parents at Gloryland. Bet they love the single mothers, huh?
Bet they do.
Gloryland is the home of Tabernacle Baptist Church, Gloryland Daycare to kindergarten, St. Paul's Academy, Gloryland Bible College, and the Word of Truth bookstore, and several hundred happy people. This was in 86.
Wow. And that's JP, his mom.
Which one? The little one? Is JP's brother older? Or
I have no idea.
It says senior pastor Wayne Miller, Susan, John, Paul, and Patrick. So this must be him in the suit.
Creepy.
Pretty crazy, huh? Yeah. Thought that was interesting. He doesn't really look like his dad, huh?
Maybe he's his dad's pastor's child.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. No, look what I just found. He does have the ties to Pakistan right here.
Oh, blessed be.
Nadeem M. Danish. This is to certify that I, Dr. Wayne Miller, founder chairman of All Nations Bible College, USA, do appoint Reverend Dr. Shirjeel Zafar Gwari, advocate high court, patron in chief of Christian Lawyers Association in Pakistan, as my legal advisor in Pakistan, and authorize him to appear, act, and plead as an advocate on my behalf in all matters, issues, and legal proceedings, blah, blah, blah. And that's him.
That you would. Creepies.
Head office clap at gmail.com. Real clap.
I make it clap.
Clap on,
I
clap
make it
off.
clap.
The clappers.
Clappers.
Oof. Now that's some deep stuff there, guys.
Some sick ass shit, all of it.
And you know, when people with money come around to countries like that, they can buy their way in.
Especially in other countries and shit, like a rich white man coming along.
Mm-hmm. It's like that's what John McAfee did. The guy that started the antivirus.
Mm-hmm.
He eventually was on the run from the FBI and he went to Belize, pretty much bought his way like into the cops and everything.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. But it's weird how you can see like a little tiny church in South Carolina and then tentacles go into other countries. You would have never on the surface of thought of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's creepy to think how many others are out there like this, I guess is my point.
Too many. Too fucking many.
Too many.
Disgusting.
Ugh. Blurred lines. Ugh. That's true. Wait, before Micah died, JP was raising money to buy an airplane. Interesting.
Raising money to buy an airplane?
Like through the church?
Yeah. Like how is the church okay with that? Like what do they need an airplane for? We're taking a family church trip.
Oh, he
to
did buy
where?
one. Oh, he did buy one.
Oh.
Docs, listen to this. Docs show Church of Micah Miller's husband owns a $430,000 plane, millions in assets as family mulls lawsuit.
Wow.
A $430,000 private aircraft. Even though there are only 30 people, this is back in 2024, May. Even though only 30 people showed up for service, the Daily Mail reports that the church still has $5.9 million in assets, including 4 properties and a 2007 Cessna SR-22 purchased in January of 2023.
Wow.
Stop it. A $500,000 plane for a 300-member church?
Right.
No. Nope. There's a reason that frickin' JLR was involved in covering this, in my opinion.
Why JLR?
I think that he knew there was more to it.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Right. I thought you were saying like, you know what I mean? Like why JLR?
No, like because he gets tips, you know, that when things are going to be big stories, you know what I'm saying? JLR uncovered a lot, said Robat.
You know who else did that? Just on time or whatever, just on TikTok or whatever his name was.
Did he?
Yeah, because I think he's local to there, isn't he? Or am I wrong on that? I don't know. Ugh.
It may have been swept under the rug, but I guess we'll see because the FBI is involved. So we'll see how deep it actually goes. Right?
Yeah, and his ex-wife thought that the police were like covering up and all, but apparently not.
Well, look at Dutch. She said Horry County paralegal Melissa Mancari said the notorious Solid Rock pastor offered to compensate her to lie under oath in connection with these lawsuits. There you go.
See? There
Paying
it is.
people off. Jesus Christ. Jeez, oh Pete.
So sick. Like, how can anybody I don't know. How can anybody know that all of this is going on within a church and just be like, yeah, well, we were told not to say anything, so we're not going to. I mean, come on.
30 people showing up. Those 30 people need to be sat down and interrogated, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
This is crazy. And I bet you he put her family through hell too with her body and all that. I would just imagine. Being that he's such a control freak.
And maybe he, maybe this all happened when it did because she filed for the divorce and they were going to stop. He was going to stop her from ever being able to say anything.
Oh, here's more information about the plane. It's a 4-seater plane, and it was supposed to be used for missionary work, but flight records show it only made 2 trips all year. But it doesn't say where to. What were they planning on doing?
Right.
That little ass church, $5.5 million. So land records show that Miller's home address in Horry County is now owned by Solid Rock Ministries. He sold it to them in December of 2023, 2 months after Micah filed for divorce. So the lawyers say he sold the property for $169,000, which is significantly less than the value. Okay, so the church owns 3 other properties, including the Faith First Academy and the church building on Howard Avenue in Myrtle Beach. Records show the new church is worth $2 million, with the ministry also owning 28 acres of land with a total value of $3.4 million, which was meant to be used to expand the school. So it did 2 flights, one from Barrow County, Georgia to Knoxville, Tennessee, and then it went from Knoxville to Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Those are the only flights that made.
That's weird as shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here it is. You want to see it?
Yeah.
We're all like, "Ugh, this
It's
case
just so
is-"
much here, right?
I know. It's like fucking. We put on our tinfoil hats and dove in.
Ew.
There it is.
This is like some Epstein Island shit.
That's what it reminds me of, right? This is why I like the Daily Mail, because they do produce shit.
Yeah.
But he transferred the house, and that's not sus, right? God, I had no idea this was so complex of a case. I thought it just involved, a possible, not being a suicide with a wife, and then enter Susie Skinner and that whole debacle, and now the dad.
And then the fact that, there was reports on JP back when he was like a much younger man, and they covered it up, and they covered up about the father, and they covered up about everything.
Yeah, it eventually caught up to him.
Disgusting.
Yeah, for sure, Dutch. I want to talk about it more because I don't know all of this, and I'd like to see, I'm going to see what happens with this wife's accusations, because those text messages, like Granny said, he didn't even deny it. Like,
nope. He didn't deny it at all.
And Robat, too, I'd love for you to come up and talk, too, because you know a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they all followed it pretty deeply, it seems.
Mm-hmm. JP is a big TikToker. Oh, God.
Well, I know he was using his TikTok at some point or another, and was going on and making statements, and
A bodybuilder supposedly at the church supplied roids. Well, with that kind of money, I mean, there's no telling what they were doing. That's one thing I've learned.
Yep.
Speaking of shockers, Granny, when we got off yesterday and I saw that the Osceola sheriff was arrested.
I know, that was
Dude,
weird.
I shit my pants because right before we went live, you guys, what were we talking about that even brought that up?
I don't remember, but it came up and you said that you're still angry that he's the one that, that the cop that released Maddie's photos.
Oh, I know. We were talking about the cases that Plunder has put out like docs on and stuff.
Right.
And then it somehow got brought up about that guy. Yeah. And I said, God, it still makes me so mad that he only got a $500 fine for that.
And then I said, usually what they do with them anyway is if he were fired, they would just move him along to another district. Like nothing would really happen.
Yeah.
The police don't actually get fired. They just get moved.
Yes. And we're like, yep, that's pretty much how they do things. And then we end the live and I open up my freaking Facebook and I see his face. It's a mugshot. I swear. I was like, woohoo.
Holy
I went
shit. Yep.
It's all over my feed. I was like, yes. And then Homeland Security released a video of him being put in cuffs. I love it for him. I love it.
Yeah, he accidentally. Oh, look, here's our community day photos. Oh, never
Listen,
mind. Here's a deceased
I
little
got
girl.
into an argument on Facebook last night with someone because, I mean, tons of people. You go to the Facebook post about with his mugshot and it's laughing faces, But I clicked on it to read some of the comments, and there's one lady that defended him. He's a good guy. And He didn't do
Right,
it
of
on
course.
purpose. And I said, why did he have Madeline Soto's crime scene photo on his personal phone?
Right, that's creepy.
That's inappropriate from the get-go.
Right.
And it wasn't even his case. It was Orange County and Kissimmee. It wasn't Osceola County. So he had really no business. And the reason when he was questioned by the state's attorney general, why he had the picture, he said, because I had him send it to me so we could compare the clothing. What?
Oh, okay.
You weren't the investigator, motherfucker. What
Right,
you
had
need to be
nothing to do with
comparing?
you.
Sick fuck. I'm so glad he got arrested. And now, you know what he's accused of?
No, what I was going to ask you
Running illegal gambling in Central Florida.
Oh.
$21 million.
Wow.
Rico. And they're
I was about
expecting
say,
to
that's
arrest
a
more.
Rico.
Yep. Racketeering. He's done. Yep. I can't wait to see who else is arrested with him.
Well, and the fact that he had Maddie's photo on his personal phone makes you wonder what else was he, part of a Rico with? What else was he involved in?
Let me tell you something. I dug into the Osceola sheriff because he pissed me off so bad.
Mm-hmm.
I did like a couple live streams about it. One of his deputies actually tipped off his buddy who was a sex offender and had a warrant out for his arrest. And he got fired. Yeah. Oh, tipping off your buddy that molested a little kid.
How nice.
Great cops you have there, Mr.
Right.
Sheriff. No, he's not a good cop. He's been under scrutiny for making inappropriate comments to women. Oh. Y'all want to see his mugshot?
Now we can see what an actual Rico is, too.
Yes. He's being held in federal custody right now.
Ugh.
Yep, DeSantis gave him the boot. So what they did, get this. So this was really fun. I love this fucking shit. So he was called to another building that day for official business.
Mm-hmm.
Well, someone tipped off one of the stations in Orlando. So they were parked outside videoing. Someone was videoing with a cell phone because the news posted it last night of him pulling up, like his walk of shame, walking in. And then you see the Homeland Security video where he's being arrested, but you see him walk in thinking oh, I'm just here for an official business meeting, not knowing it's about that. He had no clue. Pulled up in his fucking Denali, hopped out, walked in like he was hot stuff. He tried to open the door and his key didn't work. And had to let him in. It was so funny.
It was at that moment he realized he was fucked.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Love it.
So creepy.
All these men that just failed Maddie, it was one more, thing that just pissed me off. The ones that were supposed to protect her,
Yep.
There he is.
He looks like he runs a Rico.
Here's the video of there's no audio to it, but look. What's this about? You're about to find out, motherfucker.
The hard way. Put your hands behind your back.
Look at Homeland Security. Look at the guy with his face covered.
Yeah, I don't think they should be allowed to have their faces covered.
What's this about? I don't know. Maybe those casinos, sir. Cocky son of a bitch.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, whatever.
Oh, I know. I can't stand him. I can't stand his face. I'm glad someone whipped out their phone. Oh, who are these girls?
I don't know.
Is this new? Hold on.
This morning, Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez was waking up in a jail cell. He was arrested yesterday, accused of using his office to shield a massive gambling operation. An operation investigators say netted millions in illicit profits. News 6's Angie Casada live at the Lake County Jail, where Lopez is set to face a judge this morning. And Angie, he is not the only one facing charges.
Yeah, Justin, that's right. Four other co-defendants have been named. Two of them arrested along with Lopez yesterday, all a part of a massive gambling operation that prosecutors say have went on for years.
Shit, Sarah.
Marcos Lopez, now suspended, was taken into custody Thursday morning by federal agents in connection to what prosecutors call a multi-million-dollar racketeering scheme. Lopez is accused of being involved in an illegal gambling operation out of a building in Kissimmee called Eclipse Social Club, complete with slot machines and an unlicensed lottery. Prosecutors say the operation netted more than $21 million in proceeds, spreading across Osceola, Orange, and Lake County.
Look at the
Thank
names.
you, Irish.
Ying Zhang. The fuck? Sheldon Weatherholt. Sharon Frederick Carol Coate. Who's Ying Zhang?
Kissimmee Mayor Jackie Espinosa says city and county leadership are still learning details of the case.
I think our community as a whole, we're surprised, we're disappointed. Disappointment would be probably the word that I would use most.
4 other people have been named, including Sharon Frederick and Carol Coate, who also were arrested yesterday.
What?
If convicted, Lopez could face decades in prison.
These are his co-defendants?
I know. Why would you ever trust bitches that look like that?
What an idiot. Holy fuck, Granny. I can't believe this.
Arrested yesterday. If convicted, Lopez could face decades in prison. Governor DeSantis has already suspended him from office.
Bye.
Now back here live at the Lake County Jail, Lopez is being held without bond.
He's in the Lake County
expected to
Jail
go before a judge later on this morning. Of course, we'll be there to bring you the latest.
Oh, Sarah said she posted his bond hearing. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm sorry, Granny. I don't know if you're interested in this or not, but I am.
Not
I
as
love
much as you
seeing
are.
his ass go down.
I know. I
We'll do a
understand
stream and we'll watch his bond hearing because I'll cover that shit as much as I can. It's
Yeah.
gonna go to federal because there's no cameras, but damn, that's big.
It's an actual Rico.
Woof. With a freaking sheriff. And he just got reelected after.
Yeah.
I think he paid his way back into the reelection after that Matty Soto thing. I'm
Well,
like,
he had
there's
all-
no way.
He had all the criminals voting for him
Fucker.
too. He's wrapped up with them.
Oof.
Oh, well, this was a good stream, but I have got to get my day started.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah,
believe
my
it's been
phone's
4.5
gonna die too.
hours.
Your phone's gonna die. My
You going
belly's
live,
gonna die.
Yeah, in a bit.
In a bit.
Are you going live now, Jay? Talk
You know,
about
maybe
that?
I'll set one up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you might as
and I
well.
can play that. Just stick
Yeah.
around and I can redirect to it.
Yeah, get that
Just
up.
chat for a few minutes.
All right, I'm gonna drop.
Thank you,
Bye,
Clue.
Clue.
Bye, y'all.
See you in a little bit.
Okay.
They better not put him in one of those nice federal prisons. There's nice federal prisons.
Well, I think federal is easier than
Thank you, guys. You guys are so sweet.
state prisons, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I wouldn't know.
I
I've never-
think they're a little cushier.
Oh, interesting.
All right, hold on, Granny. We got to get a
Thank
quick
you
thumbnail
all
up.
for being here. Just give Jay a moment to set that up so we can drop you right on in.
Yeah, we'll laugh at the sheriff. Is that mean of me to celebrate this? I hate
no, it's not.
corruption. I hate corrupt cops. And after what
Yeah.
he did,
They deserve it. Fuck that. It's disgusting. These are people that are trusted to serve and protect.
right.
Thank you, Blurred Lines. I appreciate that.
He was supposed to protect Maddie, not fucking exploit her.
Right. And not just Maddie, but he failed the whole city that he was supposed to protect by being part of this type of shenanigans.
He didn't get bond, did he? I hope not.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, we'll get to watch a whole Rico go down.
A real Rico. Maybe they can learn something. Thank you, Chris and Biscuits. I've heard the Fed prisons are cushier, but harder to get contraband and for the inmates to not cushy in that way. Very interesting.
Your microphone.
You can hear me moving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to be all like gentle with it.
It wasn't loud or anything. I'm not going to scream at you like you did me. Don't worry.
You fucking knocked on it like you were the police.
I was like, oh.
We're fellas over here.
Make
We're
yourselves
traumatized.
known.
Right. We ain't answering the mic when
You're
you
like,
knock
"God
like that. Jesus.
Your audience got PTSD that day.
Look, we came up on my recommended. It was evil. Micah Miller's husband admits he posted topless photo.
Really? They
Yeah.
are listening.
They're listening to everything.
All right, I'm almost done.
Oh, yeah, breaking chains for sure.
We'll set it. Okay, here we go. Well, I hope you guys will join me over there and watch the Osceola Sheriff.
Yeah, you'll
bond
have to
hearing.
end on your end and start on that one so that I can
Ooh. I can't just redirect my own? Yeah, I can.
You not if the stream's not live, you can't.
Yeah, you can. It'll
How?
it'll dump them in there regardless. You can
Oh,
still
okay.
redirect.
Oh, all
You
right.
can.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, let me get those.
That's right, Lita B. Let them know what's up. Which channel, Jay? Well, we're gonna
This
drop
one.
you there, Tripper. So it'll
Yeah,
take you
just
right on in.
stay put for a sec.
That's why you
Why
never
did I
say
just
goodbye
talk
because
like that?
people automatically leave. Oh my gosh.
That's okay. I don't really.
I have like the worst cramping ever. I feel like
You
I'm
do?
dying. Yeah.
TMI.
I know.
Go poop.
No, it's menstrual if you really want
Oh
TMI.
God.
Christ, you think I'm going to sit here and tell you
Okay.
I'm so constant? What's worse? You're thinking of poop. Oh my goodness, we're all women
Well,
here besides
hey.
Gare.
Poor Gary.
It's
That's all right.
natural.
He's one of us. Oh, you're right. I can't.
I told you. See?
Okay, I'm gonna have to end the stream, right?
Granny watches all, and I
For
know
fuck's
all.
sake.
You end the
Okay.
stream on your end. Let me get over. Are you on Jay's
Okay.
for Justice?
Yeah. Thank you, Granny.
You're
Here's
welcome.
the link. I'll put it in the back chat.
Oh yeah, there we go. It makes it easier. All right.
There you go.
Blurred lines. I begged for one, to be honest.
All right, guys. See you in a few minutes.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, I got to try all the things. I know. I'm sorry. TMI, but listen, you know what? I've always TMI. That's why there's so many clips of me out there. I do what I can, when I can, while I can. But the truth of the matter is we've all been here and it fucking hurts. Okay? It hurts. And it hurts my heart that Jay would even say TMI. It's like, I'm just kidding. No, it doesn't. But I am about to redirect you all when I remember how to redirect. And I never did a fundraiser when everybody else did because I was disconnected, with my family and everything. So I didn't know everybody was doing the fundraising together and all that stuff. Jay, you have to give me permission. Somebody tell Jay, you have to give me permission. But after our conversation yesterday, I'm going to do fundraising for something to do with vets instead of, National Missing Children and everything. So I will set that up sometime in the near future. But I can't redirect to Jay. It's not allowing me. Oh, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Hurry up, Jay. You got to go to community settings. Thank you, Newfie. Right, Tripper? I don't know how much longer I got in me, to be honest. I'll try it again. If not, we'll just have to go over and look for it. I think so too, Jesnit. I know, Tripper. Thank you, Kelly. And my girlfriend, Jill. All right, yeah, I don't feel good. I can't wait any longer. Go over to Jay's for Justice podcast. Here's the link. I gotta go. If you haven't, please consider hitting a thumbs up. See you all next time.